Yeah, I did. Yeah, in fact, I've got a YMCA board meeting this afternoon. Are you on the YMCA board? Yeah. I'll see you this afternoon. I know it.
Well, I won't tell you how the vote went.
Okay. Was it a good one?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Hey, Dean. How are you? Hey, Dean, how are you?
Okay, we're time to get started, and we've got a quorum of counselors, and I think we have Indra online. And our first...
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Indra. And what is our what's first in the agenda?
BRNE report.
Okay, the BRNE report that I hope the Chamber of Commerce is here today. Yeah, and I do see the Chamber here. Great. And Dana, we'll get us started. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll provide a quick introduction. As you know, every 3 years, the Chamber of Commerce does a business retention expansion survey for businesses locally. And so I'm going to start by just introducing you to Terry Hopkins. He's the CEO and president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, Council President and Council. Thank you for having me here. And thank you to those that helped participate in this. I mean, the city's been a great partner in doing this for many, many years, and it's greatly appreciated. But as Dana said, one of the functions of the Chamber of Commerce is our Business Retention and Expansion Committee. Every 3 years, we host this business survey. It started back in 1996 with the planning. This is a model that's used across the nation and supported by the University of Minnesota. In each survey, we hear issues from local businesses where they're struggling, where they could use help, and where they're finding success. And it helps us, along with economic development partners like within the city, to sculpt our work around providing that help. In addition to steering the work that we've done, we've had some pretty big success over the year. I mean, dating back to some of the first surveys that helped spur the development of the Spalding Industrial Park. And, you know, here today we celebrate receiving money to get some expansion in that. More recent efforts include workforce development and some of our work in the Rogue Leadership Training experience. The surveys, when we do them, we're still a little bit old school. We get out and we do one-on-one confidential surveys. We have a slew of folks who volunteered, including folks that I'm talking to here today. So again, thank you. But we set out, and it's not just an open invitation to everyone. We're pretty targeted in that we make sure we capture some that are maybe a little bit more rural in the county, some here in the city. We focus on big businesses, larger employers, and we also are very intentional at making sure that we get the mom and pop owner operators. In addition to geography and size, we target different industry sectors, so we make sure that we have balanced representation, whether that be healthcare, trades, retail, manufacturing, and service-based industries, just to list a few. So we really, work hard because sometimes the trades, the folks out there, plumbing, electricians, don't always have an hour to set aside, so it's very intentional. In addition to the work of the committee, I'm joined today and want to introduce Chuck Rund, who I think many of you know. Chuck was the president of Charleston Research Company, a public policy and opinion research firm that designs and develops strategies for clients in business, politics, and the law. The company conducted extensive and national public opinion research for over 250 corporations, including 24 that are listed in the top 100 of Fortune 500. Recognized as an expert in the research and analysis of specialized issues affecting the political community, Mr. Rund has been a key player in 4 presidential campaigns, 12 gubernatorial campaigns, 17 state races, campaigns for 48 elected congresspeople, and many state and local initiative campaigns. Mr. Rund has been an election night analyst for CBS News for 32 years, remains abreast of the national and statewide trends. Chuck, I really appreciate all the work you've done in that arena, but most importantly, just honored to have you as part of our BR&E committee and providing many years of analysis for us here locally with our local businesses. So with that, I'm going to let you come up, and today we have prepared a very modified summary. This information in further detail is available to you all, but we wanted to be respectful of your time and hit some of the high notes, as it really, some of you came to our larger presentation, but this one maybe dials a little bit more into the city-specific issues. So with that, Chuck, I'm going to hand over the power to you.
Thank you, Terry, and good morning to all of you. I hate to say I'm starting Monday morning with a data analyst. It's probably not high on your list of ways to get your week going, but at least we'll try to walk through these and have an enjoyable time taking a look at where data fits in to making decisions, about what kinds of things, and particularly public policy that we're trying to make. The people you're listening to in my data, or the Chamber's data here, is basically businesses. So this is the voice of business to a degree, talking about what they see going on. And so it's not, they're consumers as well, but we're talking to them in a business context. And so with that, let me just talk a little bit about today's presentation. We're doing a little quick national overview on some consumer sentiment, some top concerns people have, a little bit of inflation. We're not going to get into AI too much, tariffs, that kind of stuff, but it's there. We've got a couple of things to show you on that. We're spending most of our time on the bottom half, the BR&E, and that is business retention and expansion, both of those ideas of expanding, what the operating status is, revenue services, labor shortages, employee recruitments, and then city and county services and businesses' impression of those items. You've got the deck in front of you, and I'm sure that you've had a chance to look at it, and we can go from there. So with that, let me just go on. There were 4 basic major top concerns in taking a look at this data. The 4 things that people mentioned as what are your top concerns looking forward. Decreasing consumer confidence in spending was number 1. So what the businesses were saying just a few months ago is that they were seeing consumers not spending money and not having much confidence in where the economy was and where it was going to go. It was a shortcut conversation to what tariffs mean and the fact of the uncertainty in the economic markets as well. And I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on that. The second was global U.S. recession. Boy, it's pretty hard for us to solve that one. If you've got an idea, I'm sure someone back in somewhere else would really like to hear it. But that's obviously something that everyone's worried about as well. The availability of qualified workers, that's something we can take a look at and spend some time on, and the Chamber can really have an effect there. And then last, inflation. Again, one of those very major issues. So 3 of the top 4 issues that businesses were thinking about was the inconsistency and nervousness they have in general about the economy, and we hadn't gone to Iraq yet, or Iran yet. So here we are. It's a very interesting spot in the nation. Money's playing a very major part, and we'll take a look at those as we go along. The bottom half of that list, by the way, are a number of things, I'm sorry you can't read them, that we really can have some impact on. Financial impact of operations, tax and trade issues, supply chain disruptions, wildfires was also a big issue. Lack of information for decision-making, lower productivity, employee stress, these kinds of things were also mentioned in that lower half, and we can surely talk about those as we go through this today. Some of the top concerns, the Michigan Index of Consumer Sentiment at the time we took the survey was the lowest it's been in the country since the 1976. So what we're saying is consumer confidence is very low. They're not spending much money. They're a little bit nervous. These are fairly major economic impacts. They're going to impact us. Sometimes we can do something, sometimes we can't. Blue-collar unemployment or employment has been decreasing. This is just taking a look at the last 2 years, and you can see the manufacturing side of that has been underwater for the last 18 months. There's where that blue-collar portions are hit. Looking at that, those are very, very important kind of numbers, trying to raise those kinds of employment structures, particularly in our geographic area, and the impact they have on our economy and what we're doing, is really important. I just didn't show a number of other ones, but I would like to mention the fact that 10% of the earners of money in America spend 50% buy 50% of the purchases. So think about how many rich people we have here, and how many of them are going to be spending, of our top 10% are going to buy 50% of all the consumer goods. Well, that changes your mind a little bit in terms of where the economy is going and what we need to think of. So there could be some rough times ahead, depending upon how it plays. With that, I'm not going to spend more on that, although it's a place I like to chat, so I have to get out of there, okay. So I apologize for that. BR&E is this next group. So we asked a series of questions. One of the early questions we asked is, looking at the past year and the current year and the future, have your products or services increased, decreased, or stayed the same? So it's a three-part question. If you take a look at the top next year, people say their products and services will increase up to 60%. During the pandemic, it was at 45. Pre-pandemic in 2017, it was 81. We've come back. We've only come back half of where we were pre-pandemic. We're still in a post-pandemic world. We're 20 points below where our economy was looking from a business perspective and where it was going to be going. And we've now been out of that period of time now for the last 3 or 4 years. The economy is a very slow moving issue. It doesn't happen very fast, and people's attitudes on it stay very strong for a very long period of time. Current year, again, the same set of challenges you see. 57% say they think the current year has been pretty good. It's 20 points up from the 37, but it's way below the 75% that it was in 2017. You can see the difference in the flattening of the marketplace. Businesses are still struggling. They're looking to find out ways to get around that and find a way. And when you take a look at where things have been in the past year, they had increased. You can see it's 48%, but it was 31% during the recession. It was 75% pre-pandemic. So this pandemic has really played a major role. It hasn't gone away. It's still there. It formed a set of attitudes and structure about consumer behavior and business behavior that is really driving where the country's going. And it seems that we're in a series of other economic, tariffs, and now foreign policy changes that are really making a difference in terms of where the American people and our local community are thinking about things. So anyway, with that, sales and production. Overall, in your industry, would you say that sales or production levels are increasing, unchanged, or decreasing? Well, they're increasing, but they're not increasing anywhere near where they were in 23 at 61, or in 17 and 14 on the other 2 previous surveys. So that's a 10-year take a look, where they were clearly up right around 80%. The industries for each of these business lines of business are really not helping the line of business much, is what that says. So there's a real disconnect between local businesses, the industries they represent, and how much help they're getting from their industry partners around the country. Very, very interesting factor, one that's very, very strong, which means in other words, the businesses are looking for money, they're looking for markets. Businesses are always going to go to where the money is and take a look at that. This is one suggestion to say that they're out there looking in a very, very strong way, and they're down at 43% here. That's something to look at. Innovations. Over the same 3-year period, has your business or organization made any of the following changes, or do you expect to make changes in the following areas of innovation? Expand the use of technology. 43% said, we've already implemented it. We're expecting another 23% said we're going to do it, and 26% said no change, so on and so forth. So they're looking at technology. They're looking at where the country's going to go and how technology plays. Added product lines, again, strong. The third, adopted efficient technologies, taking a look at what our business can do, how we can be more efficient, how we can look at that. And then all of a sudden it drops down to 31% and 60% on the far side, no changes in terms of entering new markets, adjusting to domestic competition, attracting other product lines, adjusting to new and anticipated tariffs. They have no idea what to do with that, by the way. That's all that says to you. Someone set up an economic model that the country's going to run on, and nobody in the business community knows what to do with it. Well, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? I just throw it out. I mean, you got to think that way a little bit. And then the last one, it says, adjusted due to foreign competition. We don't have that much foreign competition right here in Josephine County, but, there is a little bit. And so there is. But really, these top ones we can take a look at. Technology is playing a major role. We also asked a specific question on technology, and that was, what percentage of your sales are internet-based? 51 to 100%, there was 14% of our businesses said yes. 26 to 50%, 9% said yes. That's 23% of the businesses are actually doing something with technology locally to make money. What's the biggest change taking place in America? AI, technology, all of that. How much are we engaged in it? A little bit. Not too much. We're not over-exceeding ourselves here. We don't have those kind of businesses here. We're not part of that. We need to kind of take a look at that and think about where AI fits in and what's going on. None, 42%, 1 to 25, 70, 75% are saying nothing really. And so there we are. We're not really engaged in that world. Something to think of as a challenge, both for the two big money generators that exist here are you guys and the business guys. That's where money comes from right here. I mean, so what's going on? One half of all that is where the money's coming from and who's getting it, where they're looking, and how are they looking to put that together. Anyway, market geography. Where is your market? And which means, and this shows means, that's why the numbers are over 100%. So, but it's proportional as you kind of look through it, because people could give more than one answer to this. Local markets, Grant Pass and Josephine County, 64, okay? Second on that list was regional in Southern Oregon, another 26. So we're really local, regional, and all of that. Statewide, Oregon, 11%, and then national, 24%. Wow, that's an interesting thing. We don't look to Salem. We don't look to Portland. Twice that, we're looking for national outlets. I went back and looked at the data. The data was exactly the same in the last two major surveys we did for BR&E at 25 to 30% on looking nationally. So in terms of looking for money, our businesses are going national. They're not looking to trade here outside of our local area to the rest of the state of Oregon. I'm not sure what the relationship between us, Salem, Northern Oregon is all about, but clearly from a money perspective, there's not any money coming into this community from those places because they're not part of what we're about. That's something to think about, what our role should be there and how we can, talk about that and adjust and move forward in thinking that through. If it had only been this 1 year, it would be an outlier, but it's been consistent now over the last 10 years. So we have to look at that. Workforce issues, percent reporting on impacts to business, problems recruiting employees. This is something that we've had a problem with businesses for a long time, availability of childcare, availability of workforce housing, and problems retaining employees. The top one and the bottom one, recruiting and retaining, very big issues. The Chamber's got a number of programs working on with that. I know that the city's done a number of things as well. You've looked into those things. Very, very important issues. And so we pay attention to what's going on in that marketplace. The child care and workforce housing, by the way, we went in a little bit more depth on those two issues. Let me say what's going on. As an employer, how has the availability of child care services affected your company? I'd like you to look at that 42% on the right in red over there. That's how it's impacted people. It was 53% in the prior survey. Congratulations, you're making progress, you're moving in the right direction. Things are happening out there, businesses are seeing it, they think it's moving in the right way. Actions being taken, it's important. It's really helping, and that's a significant change. On the second issue, in terms of impact of housing availability, the same set. Look at that red on the side. It was 35%, down from 42% in the last survey. Again, progress being made in terms of those areas. Very strong. If you don't have a place to live that you want your family in, you tend not to move to that place. It's a simple recruiting issue. It's not complex. It's really straightforward. People think of it very clearly. But anyway, real progress is being made. Congratulations, you and the county as well. Community disadvantages. What are the main disadvantages we have? Social issues was number one. I wasn't trying to say housing is solved because that was the number one mention of the number one disadvantage, by the way, of what our problems are. For any of you who did participate in that, I'm sure you all heard stories about, well, I went to work this morning, a 30-year-old woman, and there was a person sleeping in the doorway. What was I supposed to do? And those issues are still there. They're important issues. They're important issues to kind of confront, deal with, and look at in a broad public policy way, but here we are. No disadvantages, that's a pretty good answer. Things are fine. It's a small town, that you can only get so much out of small. The economy and the market is not strong over leadership and governance, other kinds of issues. But that social issue thing is still a little bit dominant, but a lot of other issues playing a role in terms of disadvantages. Critical job skills. What skills are critical to your business and your organization? This is a very important one. It's been the exact same issue that it was in the last survey we did, and that is interpersonal skills. That is just how to show up on time, go to work, be counted, be dressed properly, say things like, "May I help you?" Fundamental social human interactions at a basic level are the number one thing that needs to take place. The Chamber has done a lot of work around that issue, put a lot of great effort there. Soft skills, networking with people skills, reliable and dependable, learning how to communicate, finding out how to work on a team, understanding what a work ethic means. These kinds of things are the drivers for what takes place in our community. We really need to take a look at those and look at training models to get better workers on these very simple, straightforward human relations. Number two on that was mentioned, specialized skills and technology is the next one down. Those are doing pretty well. People are finding what they need there. They've already done that work. They've added new technologies. They're working on the technology side. They're adding to people's skills. They can get them a class at RCC. These kind of things. It's these interpersonal and how to act as a member of society. This world. I'm not sure that's a business job or it's a government job or. I guess it's all, isn't it? Anyway, when you think about that, where does it start and how does it go? Awareness of services. Are you aware if you use any of these local business services? The Chamber of Commerce, that was number one, by the way, and it was probably because when we walked in the door, we said, "Hi, we're from the Chamber of Commerce." So, that's probably it. But you probably wonder about the 13% who'd never heard of us. That's kind of funny, isn't it? I'm sorry. It's a Monday morning, what can we say? And Main Street resources are there, small SBDC, travel grants pass, 40%, so ready, and then it drops down to Southern Oregon, road workforce partner, business Oregon, so on and so forth. But clearly, people have some ideas of who are helping out there. The businesses know about them and are working with these organizations specifically. City services. How would you rate the following city services? City fire, city police protection are 1 and 2. These are very good, and then fair and poor is the yellow on that sheet. As it runs down, you begin to see it kind of changes in and moves. Recycling, tourism, school district 7. You can see the unknown is non-answer. NA is the white line on is 34%. People just didn't have their kids in school anymore. They couldn't answer that question, actually. So they hadn't been paying attention to the school district. It wasn't they didn't know how the school district is doing. So you need to know. And so you kind of look down there, and all of a sudden, you get down to city planning, city administration, city development services, and city council at 70%. Is at the bottom and we'll talk about that in a minute or so. But anyway, that's the way people are looking at things and how they're rating. So businesses are looking at the city from these perspectives, and this is how they're adding that up. When taking a look at county services, there's no data on that one, but I have it for you. I don't know why there's no data there, but there's not. Maybe I have it for you. Do you have that one in your packet? Yes, I do. Oh, good. Take a look at your packet. For that data, and I'll pull mine up here. Maybe. Number one was fairgrounds. Actually, the number one service we had was the sheriff's office. That came in number one. And that was not on this page. And the second was fairgrounds, Josephine County Clerk's Office, disposal, recycling, fire protection, as you can see, public transportation, these kinds of issues. They're all really strong. They're positive. They're big. And you have to get way down the list before you find out some people that have some concerns. Emergency preparedness issues, legal counsel, tax issues never have been popular with business. If you haven't ever noticed that, by the way, I just throw that out. So feel free to have that joint engagement with your business friends all the time. It should be there. Josephine County City Planning and County Commissioner, Board of County Commissioners. So you can see these. The reason why these kinds of charts are interesting is that when you ask a public or any group of people questions on the survey about good, fair, and poor, these kinds of things, you look at the ratio between those who say fair and poor and those who say very good and good. And if you're at 50% on that, you've got an ability to have a conversation with whatever public is at 50%. When you begin to fall below 50% in terms of how people understand that, you're really underwater, and you have to spend a great deal of time and an enormous amount of effort trying to even be listened to or paid attention to. And so the reason why these little factors are important is because if you don't have an audience to explain yourself, it's really difficult to change who you are and where you fit and how that goes together. General area, boy, people love living here. They really do. This is who we are, what we're all about. It's a place to live. Post-secondary education, broadband has really popped up, done well. Place to conduct business, as you can see. And then, charter schools, although fewer people know, and you have to go way down to the bottom line where it's online schools, trade, childcare, these kind of things, which you've got that negative to positive that are playing. And then I'd like to show one last data chart. Don't feel like those issues around attitudes towards city council and attitudes towards county commissioners is something unique to us. This is data that goes back to 1960, 70 years old here that we're taking a look at plus. And basically, America doesn't really trust its government very much, and it's been declining for the longest time, and it's at the lowest it's ever been. When we ask what kind of a job they're doing, the House of Representatives is at 6%. Single digits, under 10, and on it goes. The country has a major problem with its elected officials and the public's perception of who they are and where they fit in society. And clearly that's something that should be addressed because these numbers are identical to the ones we asked 3 years ago and the ones we asked 3 years before that. So it's not as though these are brand new and unknown, it's just that no change has been made and those kinds of things. And with that, thank you very much. There's one more page if you want to see it, and that's key findings, and I'll let you read those on your own. So, right there, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those. By the way, the first time we presented this, it only took an hour and 15 minutes. So, I could have really made you some, sleepy tea with that one. So, yes.
Good. Joel, go ahead.
Chuck, thank you. I appreciate your talent and your skill. You do a very good job, and we need to hear what you're saying, and you're very professional. So you're a great addition to our community. How would you expect these answers to compare with other places across the state or across the nation? And what differences would you see and why?
Yeah, good question. I wish I had a really positive answer to that. In almost all cases, we find out that the government closest to the people is the most popular government in the citizen's mind in America. In most communities, those numbers are clearly the highest ratings that the American public in every town in the country give on these kinds of measurements. The second is the state, and the third is the federal government. So it goes in reverse order to size. The closer government to the people is the one that has the higher ratings and the higher positives. Second is the state. Third is the feds. Here, for us, they're all flat, they're all low, and we're as low as anyone else. And so we differ a little bit there. There's been some tensions in our political community and our social community for a good long time now. We seem to have a recallitis set of factors in how we look at things. And there's a lot of issues in play here. And I'm not sure how those need to be addressed, but they need to be thought through and understood in that context. But so we're at an inverse to where most of the country is, I have to say, on those kinds of data. So just keep that in mind, that these are not good marks, these are not good scores, and we seem to be repeating some bad electoral habits in how we approach our problems, and those must be solved structurally. You can't solve those with a communication plan, but you have to structurally understand where that fits and then how to get out of that to make progress on those things.
Yeah, I don't want to get in anybody else's way. Just comment on the observation that it seems like local government has grants mainly for companies that are having a hard time showing a profit or who have yet to show a profit. At the same time, you have companies like Dutch Brothers and Michael Riza. They had a great business here in town. They were making, and they're still making a lot of money, only now they're making it in Medford. They don't make it here. They moved to Medford when the guy sold the company. And then I look at, I think it was Amazon's warehouse, I can't remember, but they were looking to, in Western Oregon, and Grants Pass was in the running, and again, we lost out to Medford. So it seems like our efforts at the local level are focused on companies that aren't making profit. Meanwhile, the companies that are making profit, at least some of the better ones, are leaving. Tell me I'm wet, all wet.
Well, no, your facts are absolutely correct. I mean, that's exactly what's happened. I think they're each one complicated. One of the recommended models that I kind of look at is why someone's building a company when they build it and what that means. And there's several different sets of business schools across the nation that have done some work in what's called built to last. How do you build something to last, and how does that business that you've built create a superior business for the community? And I think thinking through what creates a superior business that you're looking to have in a community, and where that community fits with the interaction and the relationship, with government and the people themselves, is a very important set of things, of factors that go into defining, a good business and where it fits. I just don't say that off the cuff. I mean, that's what businesses are about. I mean, in the simplest and kind of a little bit negative, I mean, businesses rush into a community and get as much capital and labor as they can for as cheap a price as they can figure out how to do it. Okay, and then government comes along and plays a very powerful role and says, hold it, you can't do all those things. We need to adjust you and manage it. So if you take a look at the relationship between the two most powerful industries that make America work, it's entrepreneurship on the business side, and it's democracy as a way to express freedom on its governmental side. They've got some natural conflicting spots that they fit in, but they need to find ways to work those through, and to work them through in ways that are beneficial in a broader basis around the community, and to look at those broader pictures when those kinds of situations arise. I don't know enough about either one of those specifically in terms of companies to be able to comment on them. It does seem sad that you build a $1 billion local enterprise and you can't keep it. That's a hard thing, and I don't think that's because of the community. Maybe it was. I don't think so. It was my read. I think it was broader issues that kind of came into play there that didn't have anything to do with this. But gosh, that's, I guess that's maybe our relationship to Salem. I just throw it out. We don't have one. They get no money from us. We don't look to them. I don't know. It's just we need to start figuring some things in a broader scope and scale. In that would be a way I would think of an answer to go to that, and then find out if other people more knowledgeable than me and maybe better capable to answer that with specifics to kind of drive it. But clearly, looking at some of those are important. I'm sorry for the long answers, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My
Eric, you had something?
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed this pie chart here. It says social issues, 26%. You've got housing and homelessness, but I don't see anywhere on there where it says anything about drug use and drug abuse and the laws that were passed by the state. So that was one thing that that I think is a detriment to us here in Southern Oregon. Is obviously the state and the laws that it passes, and then we get to reap the havoc that the Capitol passes their ridiculous laws, and we get to live in this unemployment, in the drug abuse, and the homelessness, all of that. So I don't know if that is somehow mentioned on your slides there, but I think that's a big thing, and that's what's causing a lot of the homelessness here. The drug laws that were passed a few years back, and then now we're having to, as a result, these drug addicts become homeless, and we get to see the havoc that it reaps on us.
Yeah, Councilor Nice. Thank you for bringing that up. I do have a couple of things that might make a way to think about that slightly differently. I don't think I can answer the relationship of drug abuse and homelessness and how those fit in. They go together, but they do go together. I mean, if you're an American and you don't have any money, you have a problem. Or if you're anybody and don't have any money, you have a problem. But particularly in our society, it's a very important thing. Money is a definer in many ways of what our social engagement is. And if there's more people that don't have money and don't have a way to find money, then that's a difficult problem, and it's one that needs to be addressed. It's not just simply like get a job and all that stuff. It's the idea of what money means and how people handle money, and basically seeing all the money that Josephine County has is in this room business and government is pretty much, that's what the answer to that is. So we have to get better at being able to look at that and look at it. Well, here's something we found back in, prior to the 23 thing, two fellows, Nicholas Everstott and Peter Van Ness, picked up a thing called the geography of work. And what caught my eye on this was, as you look at this map of the U.S., I think you'll see that little teeny red dot coming down the west coast, okay, that's over there, and that's Josephine County. And that's data on labor force participation rate. We have, of the 510 SMAs, statistical metropolitan areas, okay, of which we have joined that class of people, we are in the bottom 5% of labor participation rate in the nation. So what you're saying is the statement of a fact that's a reality. Who is addressing that? How is that being addressed, and in what way? I think maybe needs to be taken a look at from the economic construct of that, and where money is, who has it, what's going on with that money, and how do we relate it to those particular kinds of things. It's maybe some of that stuff we saw in terms of what people need in their employees, and it came down to very fundamental basic social skills in terms of society, and thinking some of that through in a little bit of a different way. So, and then I think there's one more, and then here they are. Here's the top, or the top and the bottom of the 510 SMSAs, and you can see they kind of run down there. But anyway, Josephine County is in that bottom piece, and I think it's important to understand that we have some structural, cultural ways, and this is Chuck Run, so please, you can shoot this any way you want to, and I really mean that. But from just an intellectual perspective of thinking it through, there's some structural ways within our society itself that we need, and culturally, that we need to think through a little bit stronger, and to say, how do we go and get ourselves out of that data point? Because that data point is holding us low, and we need to address that. And you just can't say better schools, increase public services. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's got to be a little bit bigger in terms of driving to that, and making it Okay, so I throw that as a little bit of an insight into where to go there. And we've talked about this around the chamber a little bit with Terry and his board, so.
And I think to add to that and to answer your question,
Yeah.
the homelessness, I think, being 23%, that's ultimately the cookie that's coming out of the oven. But in order to create that cookie, there's some major ingredients that are associated with homelessness, like you mentioned, drug addiction, mental health issues that go into creating that ultimate number that's represented, I think, in that number. And what Chuck was saying here, which I think was interesting, is just on Thursday, we sent out a notice about our bond rating, our A+ bond rating. And one of the things that's mentioned about a hindrance for us, there's a number of things for us versus a A+ to a AA-, is the community affordability considerations, where our region, and which is shown here, it remains below state and national numbers. And so that is just another symptom of our economy here regionally.
Victoria,
Well,
question.
yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed that there were 77 businesses that were represented.
Yes.
And what percentage is that of our total businesses in Josephine County, roughly, if you know?
I don't know. I don't know that we actually have that number, what that is. What we did, the model we used was developed by the University of Minnesota 30 years ago. And basically the model, what it does is it allows a group of people to select a set of businesses, and then these are of that select group of businesses that were there, which were around 250, 300 or so. These were the number of completed interviews, and they were looked at by industry structure, the old SIC code models. And so we went ahead and selected that across the whole part of it, and then that becomes the database. So from a statistical perspective, it's light, okay? From a understanding perspective, it's the only way we have to look at what our issue is, because no one else has done the work. So, and it's been done systematically and historically the same for a long period of time. So there's some value in that. So, that's what I say to you. The data is good, from my perspective.
So the 77 is the formula under the model to reach the representative overall picture?
No, from a statistical point of view, it's called confidence in the data, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a random selected data set, okay? It's also not, it's not a random.
That's what I
It's not a random set of data from all the businesses that exist in the county,
okay.
right? So it's not a random style, no, it's a selected style, okay?
Thank you.
Right.
And the other question that I had is, in the state of Oregon, we have a unique data set, in my opinion, that state statutes are, in your model, are state statutes and their effect on local communities like Josephine County. Is that reflected in the data at all? Land use, I think Oregon and Hawaii are the only states, I believe, in the nation that have centralized land use laws. But that's just one example.
Yeah.
In your modeling, in your data, do you have anywhere in there that is reflected how business owners feel about state statutes and regulations? And thank you.
Thank you, good question. We did not ask the businesses to kind of compare the state to the city and the county. We did not do that. And that would be, something we could think of adding in the future. But we did not do that here. It might be something to take a look at. I think some of the findings we had are suggesting that we don't understand what's going on with that relationship, and there seems to be a deficit in terms of our knowledge there and what that's affected. In terms of specific statutes and thinking of that, yes, we have tested in different surveys over time things that are statewide of importance. We did a great deal of work in terms of the development of, as the emergence of the drugs were legalized, and what the impact of that was in the community and what businesses thought about that, and did an entire piece of the survey on that, I think 4 the last cycle through, or the one before that. So we have taken individual elements and taken a look at that were affecting us and our communities and done that. We could get some of that data to you from that in the past. We did not repeat that again in this particular set of questions that we asked. So each time we get to build our own model, so to speak. Okay.
Okay, oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, quick question. On this
Yeah.
chart that you showed us, is the vertical axis, does that represent income in tens of thousands, or?
Yeah, I don't think no, it's not an income. It's not an income definition. It's.
I have no idea what the vertical would represent then, if it's not income.
Yeah, I'm wondering if let's see. Oh, the Michigan Index of Consumer Sentiment. Yeah, this is basically a crosstab taking a look at high school through college. Okay, from those years, basically saying the confidence people have in the consumer's confidence in the economics.
I understand that. I'm
Yeah.
just asking, what does the vertical axis represent? Is that
Yeah.
income?
Yes.
Horizontal axis is
Yeah,
the year.
it's the income, that's the income.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
thank you.
Right, sorry, right. Yes, that's the income. Right.
Joel, yeah.
Chuck, I just need your feedback. One of the takeaways that I got, and you need to fact check me on what's reality, that we have control of is the social issue of unsheltered. And one of the biggest economic development things that the council can do is have that issue resolved in a manner that is compassionate yet accountable and provides a good business climate. That's one of the things I'm taking away from you. The other thing I'm taking away, and this is a little bit of a stretch, and you give me feedback on both. It's been my experience, and it's not reflected here in the survey, that government is very poor at business. And entrepreneurs are very good at it. And so for government to stimulate the economy, what has been most successful is they put a lot of money in the hands of entrepreneurs and they go out and they do well. And that's an over-exaggeration, but and government kind of gets out of the way, but serves some of the social needs. And so as we look at going forward from here based on work that we need, and you talk about structural differences, one of the things the council, and I think we have, but it takes time, is that solve that unhoused issue to provide a better business climate. It's probably the most important thing we can do for economic development. And then the other thing being provide an environment where entrepreneurs can flourish. And just give me feedback.
There's no question that the number one thing that defines someone's life is their housing. They have to be housed. And if you don't have housing, then your society begins to decline rapidly. And that's not data from me in any way. Or anything I've looked at, that's kind of a national perspective, is that if that's not available, then there's some real difficulties around the housing side of things. It's called health, and it's around the whole health model and what that's all about. And so it's bundled into that mix of things that an individual has to have to be able to be part of society. Okay, and one of those things is if they get ill and they have no residency and they leave the hospital, they go to the hospital and they leave the hospital and the hospital can't get in touch with them to help them further on, I mean, then they still stay ill and you can't fix. So there's lots of things that roll from the fact that there's not housing and not housing around. I think there was just a story recently in the paper in the last couple of weeks on Oregon, as someone mentioned it earlier, is we're the fifth most expensive housing market in the country. You all recall that? What that is? That's basically it's an affordability index story that was. If you haven't seen that data, it's. I I brought it along just because I kind of wondered what it was when I saw that come out. And Oregon is fifth. That's the affordability is based on, the cost of housing is 4 times more than the income people make. And in Oregon, it's 6 times more than the income people make. And so we don't live in a very affordable state. And how that applies to Josephine County and Grants Pass, I don't have the answer to that. But that was those data. If you'd like a copy of this, you could have this copy of whatever. So the answer is yes. Are they tied together? Yeah, they are. And you're just a little bit over my economic, intellectual skills. If you want me to attach those in a functional, fundamental way. I love economics, but I am not an economist. And so you must take into account that I can say something about that, but I would stick pretty darn conservative and close to the data and not venture myself into launching into some policy social construct and how the intellectual elements of those have fought each other off over the last several years and kind of talk about the dynamic of our society based on that. Although I like your question, Joel, it was a wonderful question. And I understand how those things fit together or don't fit together. But on a fundamental basis, I mean, if you are unhoused in our society, you have a problem, and that problem has manifested itself across all other things that go through that individual's difficulties. And I think it must be addressed as that, right, without question. So you can't give them food, I mean, here I'm going. Shelter, just go back to Maslow and kind of follow up the scale and follow Maslow's, model there, I think. That's the best way. Yeah. I would suggest would ask the state economist, the Oregon state economist, that, and then and have them come back with that question, because I think that would be a useful understanding. And we do have a state economist for Southern Oregon, by the way, to bring those economic factors into bear, and that would be a good conversation to have. So,
any other questions from council? Yeah. Indra, if you're still there, any questions for Chuck? Okay. Hearing none, I guess. Thank you very much. Very helpful. Good overview.
Thank you, council, and I appreciate being able to present for the chamber. I'm just a member, so there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Next up on our council workshop is the city manager evaluation process discussion. And Aaron, are you going to lead this off?
Yes.
Okay. You're up.
Thank you, Council. The annual evaluation process should not deliver any surprises on either side, but even the most seasoned manager and the most seasoned city council member still at times might feel a little bit nervous or at unease, and that was the little cartoon that was there. This presentation today and the information you have in front of you relies heavily on ICMA's 2025 Manager Evaluation Guide. They just created that, and they spent a lot of time and research in coming up with best practices for evaluating a city manager. And this guide is on the dais with you today. It tries to frame evaluations as structured, two-way communication to align goals and expectations, to focus on both results, which are the goals, and leadership behaviors, which is the how, and those desired outcomes being mutually understandable and clear action steps are applied. ICMA stresses in the book that you also see that a good evaluation is about dialogue. Council and manager get to hear from each other, agree on priorities, and leave with a shared plan. So today's subject, as Councilor Pell mentioned, is a discussion to take a look at the evaluation process that we currently have and an opportunity to potentially modify, change, or leave as is. The purpose of an evaluation really is as a communication tool. Evaluations are an important annual communication tool for both the City Council and the City Manager. The process provides an opportunity for the governing body to identify goals objectives, and targets for the city manager that are linked to the elected body's established strategic plan, goals, and priorities. It also provides an opportunity for feedback on the chief executive's degree of progress towards achieving the organizational outcomes and assigned duties and responsibilities associated with the position. This kind of feedback is important, and it helps foster and ensure positive contributions are noticed, and it reduces the risk of the council-city manager relationship going awry. We have a current structure, and I'm just going to go over that briefly. You're familiar with this because we've all on the dais gone through this last year through the process. It starts with council going through and evaluating. It's led by the council president, and we go through and we do a packet. We submit a progress report. The city manager submits a self-evaluation progress report. Council has the opportunity to meet with the city manager. We prepare and score our forms. The city recorder compiles all the individual results. The manager has the opportunity to address those things, and then we ultimately have a meeting in executive session to discuss all of council's comments and review the city manager in that process. The foundation for the recommended evaluation process, which we'll talk a little bit about today, is really rooted in a couple of things. One, ICMA's Manager Evaluation Guide, which is in front of you. National best practices in council manager governance. Industry standards for transparent and documented process. Oregon public meeting law is associated with this recommendation also. Local context of government expectations and performance management principles are all part of the recommendation that are in front of you today. So from an evaluation form design, what is in the packet and what we've recognized is that numeric scores are hard to norm and can mask real feedback. We currently have numeric scores. Descriptive categories plus narrative examples drive better clarity. It emphasizes coaching over judging. This is a performance conversation, not merely a scored report, which you start to focus on if you're just dealing with numbers. Some of the do's and don'ts with regards to this are on the screen, but the do's and don'ts really help keep the tone constructive while ensuring expectations and next steps are unambiguous. The do's is start with positives, be specific, use examples, avoid surprises, be honest, be a coach, get the manager's feedback, and when appropriately, jointly develop a plan, an implementation plan, an improvement plan. ICMA outlines a number of roles associated with the independent facilitation, which is addressed in the handbook. This is something that's recommended today for your consideration. It professionalizes the process. It provides an equal voice for all council members, and most importantly, it also has a clear synthesis for the manager. It provides an opportunity for the city council to speak with a corporate voice and not with 8 individual voices trying to direct the city manager or give feedback from the city manager from 8 different perspectives. Independent facilitation is increasingly becoming common because it reduces political tension, it increases fairness, it improves clarity, it strengthens documentation, it aligns expectations of council and the city manager, and it protects both the council and the city manager. It transforms the evaluation from a potentially uncomfortable event to a professional management tool. For additional information, I do want to refer you to a memo that's on your dais, and I'll mention that a little bit later on also. The benefits of using a facilitated evaluation process for the city manager: it's timely, well-managed process, it's specific, and it provides useful feedback. There's a consensus view of performance. It provides that corporate voice that's very necessary. It's an opportunity to discuss other things in a constructive manner. From a governing body perspective, a council perspective, it becomes, the process consumes less time and effort. All council members have their say. 1 or 2 members don't dominate the discussion. Dialogue is less politicized and more focused on objective criteria. A facilitated evaluation process contributes to achieving consensus about the most significant priorities moving forward and the express role of the manager in achieving those priorities. Another thing that's common in evaluations that I've seen is some form of a 360 input. When using a 360, a safe approach is to use it separately from the form of evaluation. So it's part of, but it's not directly related to. As part of the manager's professional development plan, it's summarized by a third party, so it's done by an independent facilitator, third party, or software program, where raw comments are kept confidential. It focuses on leadership competencies, not political or operational disagreements. It's integrated with clear council manager goal setting, so feedback aligns with outcomes and not personalities. Another item to consider when looking at the evaluation and changes and the recommendations that's in front of you today is to reinforce that our process follows Oregon transparency laws while preserving candid, constructive dialogue. This is where I'd like to refer you to a memo that's from our legal counsel that's on the dais with you today, and please refer and take a look at the last paragraph in that memo that is on your dais. I believe that would be the information provided in that memo would be helpful to you in confirming a direction as recommended today by the city manager. City manager evaluation process, there's commonalities of other jurisdictions. There's a lot of similarities and a few outlier things that happen, but in general, processes are very similar. There's some form of structured scoring system. There is some communities that do independent facilitation. There are some that include 360 style inputs from direct reports in the process. There's a lot of commonality with self-evaluations, which we do some similar to that. There is a transparent, unified final evaluation where it's a corporate voice that you're speaking with, and there is a goal-setting portion of that for the next performance period. Those are some of the commonalities that I've seen with regards to the research. We researched both taken from the ICMA report, but also we took a look at a number of cities in the state of Oregon, and they seem to all have these type of similar threads. The recommendation in front of you, and that I'd like to discuss and council to consider, is a process that would include council identifying an independent facilitator to help with the evaluation of the city manager. We would go through an RFP process. The city manager would provide a self-evaluation. We'd have a structured scoring system using descriptive ratings, not points. There would be some form of a 360 style input from direct reports. We would also end up with a clear alignment with council goals at the end of the process. It would be transparent. There'd be a unified final evaluation. That would be ultimately public record. And then there would be associated with that also goal setting for the next performance period. So both council and the city manager have clear ideas on what's going to be expected of them in the next year. Your call to action today is at your discretion. The cost implications are none if we continue to do something similar to what we're doing, to up to, from looking at and talking with other jurisdictions, up to about $17,000 for a consolidated process. Your alternatives are in front of you there to provide direction to move forward with the evaluation process as recommended, to provide direction with concurrence to the city manager and in some other form, to form a study group, or to take no action. And again, I open it up to, again, the recommendation is to start with a facilitated process, which means things could look differently than they are now. You also have on the dais a potential suggestion for changes with regards to our current rating system that does away with numbers and provides more descriptive actions and objectives and tasks associated with the evaluation of the city manager. So that's for you there also, which I think is an improvement from our current system if no change was to occur. But it is the recommendation that we start with a city council acquiring the services of a facilitator who would then work with council and the city manager to determine what the form would look like, and we move forward with ultimately a document through the process that would be released and can be releasable to the public. That would be a consolidation of the council, which would speak with one voice, and there would be clear direction on goals to achieve for the next year. With that, I turn it over to questions. Councilor.
Joel.
Thank you, Aaron, for doing this homework. I have two questions. Under interpersonal communications on the evaluation form, which is item number 5, under that, you have items 4 and 5, and they just repeat each other.
I'm sorry, what document are you looking at, Counselor? Can you show me? Oh, just the suggested draft, uh-huh.
Yeah, a suggested draft. Anyway, I was wondering, was, it's just a typo, a mistake. You just, 4 and 5 are identical. And I wondered if there was another 5 there or another 4 there that was supposed to be in there that was omitted.
Oh, I see. Yeah, number 4 and 5, under 5 interpersonal communication.
Right.
Yeah, one of those numbers would need to be taken out. That's a duplicate.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I had was, and we haven't done it yet, depending on the salary scale for the city manager, and before there were step increases, and right now there still are step increases, depending on how the study comes out. And that's based, the step increases are based on a acceptable performance. And here, we don't have the numbers to calculate that, at least they're not obvious. So two questions. One is we haven't moved forth on the city manager pay scale and what we're going to do there. And then the second one is how does this evaluation then translate in terms of what the council decides for that pay scale? And is it automatic like it was before, or what is it?
Sure. Ultimately, one, this is a discussion on the performance evaluation of the city manager, which is totally separate from compensation to some degree. If council wants to link compensation to the city manager's performance evaluation, what it would do is if there was a general scoring that averaged an outperforming or on track, that I believe would bring more merit to council to discuss some kind of compensation change or benefit. Whether or not the city manager's in a salary structure like the non-bargaining or not is all yet to be determined, and I don't think any of us on the dais right now have the ability to talk about the compensation aspect, but today we're discussing the performance evaluation and moving forward.
And up to this point in time, the evaluation did have a direct correlation to reimbursement, because a person would get a step increase if they got a certain a certain performance award.
Yes.
So in the past, there was a direct connection, and whether this will have or not is yet to be determined.
That is correct.
Yeah, Rick.
Thank you, Aaron. When you've talked to other towns of similar size, do a lot of them use facilitators, or do they do the evaluation by themselves?
There is a mix of both. So it's really the comfort level and the dynamic of the council, the policy board, the city manager. I'm recommending a facilitator. I think one of the two top things the city council does is adopting a budget and providing parameters for spending and the evaluation of the city manager. And I think the cost associated with a facilitated evaluator is well worth that for the performance perspective. I also believe that most of us on the dais, including myself, think that the performance process, the evaluation of the city manager in this past year was less than desirable. And I think that we need to start with a professional focus that would provide me with a corporate voice from city council and cleared goals to work on it next year. I strive and I want that. Our current process does not provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Indra has a question.
Indra, question.
Yes, Aaron, since you've been city manager, have we ever had a facilitator paid for?
No.
Okay, and then you mentioned that individual counselors' voices will be heard, but then and it would be transparent. So as we fill out our evaluations, I don't see how that could, because then, sorry, I'm getting my thoughts together, because then you said it would be all combined and it would be a corporate answer. So how can you have individuals' answers on there, but then it's all combined into one corporate answer? It doesn't seem transparent to me that way.
Well, I'm going to start, and then I'm going to let legal counsel step in on this, but in moving forward with the recommendation of utilizing a facilitator for this, it's really our current process, and how we get to an end result would be totally different, and in order to facilitate that. So I'm going to stop there, and I'll let our legal counsel provide some additional input.
Without kind of crossing into the details of the memorandum that was distributed today, which I will make sure you get a copy of, Counselor. The executive session components would allow for the discussion that was previously had in writing. So where you filled out a form before, it would simply be a discussion during that executive session where you would be able to provide that feedback as opposed to written format.
Okay, so I didn't see that memorandum. So what you're saying is when we go into executive session and talk about the evaluation, that will all be translated into written format for everyone, the public, to see. Is that what you're saying?
The end result of the facilitated process would be that a written evaluation would be generated, and that would be based on the discussion that is had in executive session. So all counselors would be able to provide that feedback, but the end result would be that consolidated corporate voice of council as an entire body.
So the public would not be able to see each individual counselor's, what they had to say. It would be packaged as one.
That would be correct. Each individual counselor would only speak during executive session.
Okay, and that would not be subject to a public review.
Correct, it's executive session, so it's outside the public meeting.
Thank you.
Victoria?
So I would definitely be in favor of forming a study group, because I think there needs to be more time to absorb all this information. And I'm not sure under this particular model, and here's the question. This model seems to be consensus, and I don't care for that under under our form of government. The consensus model isn't, well, it doesn't translate to one person, one vote. So I wouldn't be in favor of a process that reaches a consensus, because that doesn't seem to me like it is equal weight for each counselor. So I would be in favor of...
Victoria, do you have a question?
So, well, that was the question. Thank you. This is more of a consensus model under the way that you have described it and the way that Stephanie kind of crystallized it. Would you say that is true? It's more of a consensus model?
I would say what it is it follows best practices of providing a corporate voice for direction of the city manager and how he's performing versus 8 different voices.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. So if a study group was formed, maybe this is a question for Stephanie, maybe it's for you, maybe it's for both. What would that look like? Well, it says 2 counselors, and how many sessions do you think that would take, or?
So we've done this before in the past. We have someone in the audience that has done that before as council president at one time. Councilor Lovelace is there. We did form study groups where it was myself and 2 council members, and we just took a look at what other cities have done and what we'd like to do to try to come up with something that would create healthy dialogue between the council and the city manager and provide clear goals moving forward, and provide an idea of having that good relationship where we're coaching each other to accomplish council's and the community's goals.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And it usually took 1 or 2 meetings. It wasn't very much.
One or 2 meetings, thank you.
Yeah, Eric, question.
Thank you, Aaron. Had a question in terms of the executive session that... Thank you.
I'm not sure. Oh, that could be Indra.
Right.
Oh, she's muted. Okay. I don't know where that's
Okay.
coming from.
Well, I appreciate the music. It felt good for getting,
It was the intro to
it
you
was the
coming on. It
intro
was
to
your
my,
intro.
to the
That's a
important
great-
question
great
about
song,
that
yes.
asked. So maybe it's for Stephanie, but maybe Aaron. So in terms of this executive meeting that we would have, that would be before we end up doing the evaluation. Is that correct? I mean, it seems like for an entire year, one meeting, compiling together and getting that executive session taken care of, seems like a lot, and seems like it would be, I mean, is that that's the question I have. Is it once a year that we would do it, or?
I think that would be up to council to decide. What the statute says is that you can have an executive session to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the public officials, so that would be the city manager. However, that happens, I think, is a process that could be designed and would be a discussion based on how maybe other jurisdictions are doing it.
So we would be able to increase that frequency, say maybe quarterly or semi-annually, correct?
We certainly could.
That might be, it's not a question, but it will be a suggestion from me possibly.
So just to follow up with Indra's question earlier, so I got a question for Stephanie. So in the last paragraph of the memorandum, it would appear, because the problem that we ran into last year is that I guess you express some confidence that the notes that were in executive session may have been considered executive session what's the word I'm looking for? Exclusive to executive session and may not have been reported on. But it turns out that, I guess your attempt there, the DA did not agree with your assessment or your interpretation of that particular ORS and insisted that all of that be made public. So it appears as if this last paragraph is essentially a workaround, a way for council to have discussion that would be then shielded from the public. It would seem as though that's what the intent of that last paragraph. Is that accurate?
I would disagree with that interpretation. What you're referring to is under public records law, and you're correct, the DA did disagree with our interpretation. I would note that in his opinion, he did say that the city's reasoning might have been persuasive, but for some other things that provided context around it. So the fact that there had been prior illegal meetings, things like that, is one of the reasons why he disagreed. So it's not that our argument was completely wrong, it's that it was less persuasive because of the situation here. That's public record law, though. That's, if there's things that are in writing, they are public documents, unless an exception applies. But public meeting law provides a very explicit exemption for having a manager's evaluation in an executive session. So there's a very particular way we can do this where you can still have those frank discussions, which is the basis that we excluded the records before, which is in the interest of having frank discussions. You can do that under executive session. You can't do that under public records law. So it's two different laws that are being referred to. This would allow for using the executive session as it's intended by statute, which is to conduct a performance evaluation. So it's not trying to do an end run around anything. It's following the law as it's written.
And so you're saying that you believe that following the law as it's written basically then would preclude, and I believe this is the answer you gave Indra earlier, but I'm not sure, it would preclude the public from actually getting individual attributions to particular counselors for any aspects. It would just be essentially generalized or summarized by someone else, maybe a facilitator or whatever. And at that point, that would be available to the public. But the actual discussions that would go into that would then not be available to the public. Is that Is that accurate, or?
That would be correct, unless council wanted to have particular attributions as part of that final evaluation. You could choose to do that. This is simply saying that the frank discussion can happen in an executive session. So if you want that final evaluation to say Counselor Pell said this, and so forth, you could still do that. It would be up to council to decide.
Okay, I guess that is kind of different than the answer I thought I heard you give to Indra. That's the opposite.
It's up to council to decide how to proceed. The typical way to do it would be to provide a corporate voice, to provide a single unified, the city council as a whole body is providing this evaluation of the city manager. If that would be what I would anticipate coming out of that. If council wants to do something different, and if council wants it to be more individualized comments regarding the city manager's performance, you can choose to do that as well. I think the more typical way would be to have the consolidated single voice as opposed to 8 voices.
Okay, so that decision would be a council decision. Now, my understanding is that the council and the manager have to mutually agree on the process. So it would not just be a council decision. The manager would also have to agree to that. Is that correct or not?
I'm not sure off the top of my head the answer on that.
Okay, so that whole last paragraph and this whole aspect of this memorandum, to me, given the fact that you gave a different answer to Indra, a different answer to me, and we're not sure of the other part of it, the manager's approval of that, I don't know, I can't come to any conclusion of what this memorandum actually does mean for sure.
So I think
there's no
I think
certainty here at all.
I'd like to clear this up if you've got confusion, because it's really clear to me what the memo provides you from an information perspective. To answer, yes, it stated that both the city manager and the city council will mutually agree upon an evaluation process. I provided to you a recommendation on what creates a healthy evaluation process, provides an opportunity for us to focus on goals together, provides an opportunity for us to do so in a good working environment. The memo that has been provided to you today, I think, is relatively clear. Maybe you can restate that. It does appear in my reading of that, and what we're talking about here is council gets to have their individual voices heard, and that is done in executive session. I think what we're talking about here is what is going to be the document that would ultimately be utilized as the evaluation of the city manager, which then is releasable. And that ultimately is something that, as our city attorney said, and what I'm asking for, because it's greatly needed, is direction from council as a whole in that one corporate voice. So I have clear direction on what to work on, what should be accomplished, and together we can accomplish those goals for the best of the community. Having that one document would be good. So it's and that would be part of this process also. So I don't know if that clarifies, but each individual voice would be heard, but there would be one document that would provide council's direction and an evaluation of the city manager that would be done through the facilitated process.
Okay, so Aaron, I understand what you just said. It makes, whether I agree with it, it's very clear. And I think I understand what Stephanie said, and I'm still not 100% sure of what the take-home message to what council would be, because I think that while you're saying there would be one document that would be give a corporate message, Stephanie is then saying, if I heard correctly, that there could be incorporated or as part of that document an individual counselor also saying something, and that's different than what you just said. Okay, so we've really gotten the mix. I feel, unless I'm not hearing it right, and maybe I'm not, but I feel that we've gotten a mix. It's not clear whether or not what the answer to Indra's question would be. You're saying, yes, you get one message, we move forward as one body, you get a message, it's better for both parties. Some counselors might be concerned with having their voices removed. Now, the way you describe this process is, oh, this would be beneficial because every counselor needs to be heard.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that would assume that some counselors were not heard in other evaluations, or some counselors were too timid or whatever it was. I've never found that to be the case. I always felt that all the counselors had an ability to to speak. But what you're saying now is that, you know, one voice, and we're also hearing that it might still be possible to have individual voices. I don't know, but again, you would have to agree to that process. So again, I don't know the answer to Indra's question. I'm trying to clarify, is it one, as you're saying, or is it also possible that council can decide that there would be one message and also individual messages?
I think it depends on where council believes is the best work product and the best way to have a positive make this a positive experience for both parties. And if council wanted to have this facilitation process, plus they wanted to have individual council members also have a statement associated with that, that could be something that could be worked into the process. The overall theory, though, is from a standpoint of leadership development and growth, clear expectations, best alignment with council goals, the ability to make sure that the city manager is being evaluated on those items, the one corporate voice is extremely important.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and I think as a counselor, and I'm hoping the rest of the council understands that it's still, if from what Aaron said, is that it would still be essentially up to council to be an active partner in tailoring this process if we were to go with the facilitator. And does anyone else have any questions for Aaron at this point?
I think, Councilor Pelley, you're correct on that. If we go through a facilitated process, once you go through an RFP process, you would have a detailed discussion with a facilitator on what the ultimate process will look like and what the end products would be. And that would be something that you could talk through with your consultant that you choose.
Joel.
So I'm not sure how to handle this legally, Stephanie, so if I step out of bounds, you correct me. In the third paragraph, that is attorney-client privilege, it talks about a individual counselor written response. Is this an individual counselor response?
So if you'll recall from our the most recent evaluation process,
Yeah.
not only did the summarized consolidated version of the city manager's evaluation, the draft form, were we required to disclose that? We were required to disclose each individual counselor's personal submission. So all 8 that were consolidated into that final document. The DA determined that all of that, because it was in written format and didn't fall within the exemption, all of that was subject to a public records request.
So what I hear you saying, though, it wasn't correct.
Councilor, is your mic on? Or if not, maybe you can speak a little closer.
So I didn't hear you address it directly, and it's probably more my problem than yours, so don't worry about it. But the form that we had that is not a number form, I just misplaced it, but it's right here. Oh, here it is. So this form here, is that an individual counselor?
If you completed it and submitted it as your comments, yes, that would be an individual counselor's, and it would be a record that would be subject to a records request. If you put it in writing and turn that in, it is a public record that would be disclosed.
That will be disclosed or could be disclosed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I was confused.
I want to make sure to help clarify that document is there as an example of modification of our current document that is more beneficial from a standpoint of a feedback perspective. It's not necessarily anything that would be associated with the facilitated process. I want to make sure those two things are separate.
So if I heard you correctly, this example of individual format that would be available will not be used, and instead it would be 100% discussion?
I cannot say that it wouldn't be used, or I couldn't say that would ultimately be up to the facilitated process. Those type of questions, that type of information sharing, that type of feedback, may be all incorporated into a facilitated process, but not necessarily with that form.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council before we try to discuss this? I think we're good from Aaron for now.
Thank you, Councilor Pell.
Okay, does anyone want to start a discussion? If not, I will. Kathleen?
So the feedback that I got about the last evaluation that we did, it was something that most people had never seen before. Business owners that evaluate employees, that it was very different. I personally don't have that experience, so I didn't know what to compare it to. So therefore, I would definitely be in favor of using a study group consisting of 2 counselors and the case manager to at least explore what the options are. This one seems very brief, this new one that we've gotten, so something in between might be nice, between the very in-depth, overwhelming one that we had before compared to this one that is quite brief. Yeah, I think we could decide on something a little bit more user-friendly, as well as maybe what we're looking for as far as trying to evaluate this position. So yeah, a study group might not be a bad thing.
Victoria, was your hand up earlier?
Yes, I guess just to reiterate, I would be very much in favor of having 1 or 2 meetings to look over the available information and to figure out what we wanted to do rather than making the decision right now, I think, or at least waiting to make the decision, because there's a lot of information to look to. And so I wouldn't be willing to vote today on changing the evaluation. We just need some more time to and effort put into it.
Eric?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. We need definitely to figure this out. We were all new, or most of us were new at this and didn't know what to expect. I mean, being in the Marine Corps as a veteran, as an officer, I've written a lot of evaluations, and this last evaluation that I wrote, in my mind, it was inadequate. The whole format, the way it was, you have to have some kind of a goal put down and say, hey, did you meet this stepping stone, this goal? Did you meet that? There wasn't any structured goals per se. So instead, what I found it was is some counselors found it as a way to bash other counselors in there to just write whatever they wanted to. So that was completely inappropriate, and I felt that it's something to use as an evaluation tool for the city manager, not other counselors. As far as the $17,000 for another consultant, I don't know if that's what we need, but I'd be willing to definitely entertain a professional to come in and look at this in a more professional manner. I know that the number one public input that we usually get is, oh, here is another consultant, and here's another $17,000 that the city council is spending on another consultant. I realize that sentiment. I understand that I understand that people don't like it, but I think that we need to definitely discuss this as a council to figure out a way forward, because right now I think the evaluation system is inadequate and very subjective, very subjective, and it needs to be more brought down to like a goal-centric type of evaluation, to where, hey, certain certain stepping stones were met. Did you meet that? Did you not meet it? Did you partially meet it? I can't just, as when I was in the Marine Corps, I couldn't just say, okay, you get a poor evaluation, and then the individual Marine looks at you and says, oh, well, why? I can't really explain why, because I don't have these goals that I went over with you prior to the evaluation system being put in effect after an entire year. So an entire year worth of no goals, and then come towards the end when it's evaluation time. I mean, yeah, I took notes and everything like that, but for an individual that has never done, other individuals here on the council who have never done any kind of evaluation, to be expected to just get last minute evaluation done on an entire year's worth, I find to be very unrealistic. So it's definitely needing to be improved on. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
I believe Eric made some very valid and worthy comments, and that especially somebody that's new to the scene to understand the whole process can be undaunting in many ways. And I would be supportive if the council wants to go the direction of having a small group getting together and discussing what they want to see as the outcome, of which Eric has stated, I think, essential elements. But I would also be in favor of a professional being on board to take those elements and look at going forward and how it would be presented and, I would say, performed as a document for the city manager to observe going through the year. Thank you.
Indra has a question.
Indra, you have something to say?
Yes, so I do agree. I realized we had some issues at the last evaluation time. I think it was a big learning curve, and we'd all learned a lot from that. I feel like the major issue, however, was not that we didn't do a good job with the evaluation, although I do feel like I would like a study group to refine the evaluation process. As Eric talked about, I think the evaluation form itself could have been much more helpful. And I think it would be better to have a small group look at the evaluation and change up the document to fit us better, perhaps, instead of spending time at a council workshop doing that and then just presenting it to the council for approval would be a better way to spend time. But I also think the problem before was the transparency issue, and that that was a big surprise. And then there was a big deal about getting the evaluations, and it was almost like the public anticipated something way worse than what they really were. So to me, that was the big issue. And I think hiring a consultant is a complete waste of money. I feel like this is something we should be able to do ourselves, being professionals. And then I also feel like what Victoria mentioned earlier is that people did elect us, and I feel like us going in executive session and secretly talking and then coming out with a corporate response is kind of not looking good as us being transparent to the people who elected us. So I really feel like we should do our own evaluations. They should be open for public to look at. We shouldn't be embarrassed by what we write. It should be professional. It should be objective. And I don't feel like we need a consultant to come in at the end and wrap it up in a bow for the public. And then changing, as I said, that evaluation form, I think, would be helpful, as Eric suggested. So I would be for no consultant. I would be to move forward with the study group and not take any action on the consultant at this time. Thank you.
Joel, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you. There's two ambiguities that, in my mind, are unclear. And to be fair to the employee, the city manager, I think they need to be cleared up, and also to the city council, so they can do a good job of evaluation. We got rid of this proposes to get rid of the number system and change it to outperforming, on track, needs improvement, cannot evaluate. And we're told that, Stephanie, if I understood you right, and don't let me put words in your mouth, that if we've used this form, it would be available to the public. And then when I asked Aaron, he says, well, we may use this form or we may not. So there was some ambiguity there. And I think we probably need to clear that up for Aaron's part. You don't need to do it now, Aaron.
No, I'd like to clear it up now.
Okay. Let me ask my second question, and you can do that at the same time. In the past, for an employee, and it's been that way with every employee that I've given, and across all of the city employees, they know what is a needs a performance improvement plan. And then they also know what is the result on their salary, just like we've done for the last, since I've been on council, on their step increase. And whether or not it's this city manager or another city manager, I think we need to know that ambiguity cleared up here too, because we're not doing numbers anymore, we're doing these things, and how does that portray in connection to the future? I think the employee needs to know that, and I think the city council needs to know that going in, and not just have it be a surprise to the city manager or to the council.
To clear up the ambiguity of the question that you had with regards to do we use it, would we use this form, would it be or not used, that ultimately is, if you use that form, and that form was there as a suggestion on how we can improve our current form.
Okay.
It's not my preferred recommendation as I showed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If we
So
go
you
with
would
a
not use that form?
yeah, if we go with a facilitated process, that a form may not even be used. It would be a lot of that information gathering would be done through likely a facilitator.
Okay.
And so what that looks like would ultimately be jointly worked out between the city manager, council, and the consultant to make sure that we all are getting the desired results that we're looking for at the end of this beneficial process that's supposed to be positive in nature.
Okay, and then the salary stuff, Aaron, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. The salary stuff, again, is separate. We're talking the evaluation process. Now, at the end of the evaluation process, based on council and council's discussion, and based on the evaluation at the end, depending on what that is, if it's a scored evaluation or if it's something like this, then we would identify if, or it would be helpful if it was identified if the city manager received this type of general feeling from council, then there could be the benefit of some kind of merit in some degree or whatever. But ultimately, the merit and compensation is a different approach. We don't have the information today to talk about that. I don't know if council is going to continue to have the city manager in a salary structure format or an undefined salary structure format. And I don't want to confuse the discussion about salary and having a healthy review of the city manager. I think they're two separate issues at this point, and I really want to make sure council's focusing on, let's get a process that's a positive process for both parties in evaluating the city manager.
So let me repeat back what I heard you say. The proposal before us today does not include this form.
That is correct. That is just one example. I tried to provide a comprehensive look at different approaches. If we went somewhere, today's recommendation is a facilitated process which would not incorporate that form, or that is to be defined, because it would be defined through the RFP process and the consultant that would be helping council and the city manager.
Okay, so I heard you correctly on that then. The second thing on salary is the, since there's no form, there's no effect on salary, that is an entirely separate thing that would be considered after the evaluation by council. It wouldn't be an automatic thing one way or the other.
Again, your statement there has identified an approach that no matter what comes out of the evaluation, that would be a separate discussion. That would ultimately needs to be defined in another engagement. This is, you can have an executive session to discuss the evaluation of the city manager and CEO. You don't do, and you can't have an executive session to discuss salary. That's in open session. So that's a totally separate issue, and I don't want to confuse the two.
Right,
The biggest win is for us to make sure we're focusing on the evaluation process for the city manager, what's going to provide good goals and structure moving forward in a positive environment. The salary thing is a separate discussion, and it is separate even in process because it's not an executive session discussion.
So if I interpret your explanation, then I did hear you, that this is not going to be tied to salary at all, except in a separate discussion that would be open to the public.
That could be one of the approaches. Council may want to link whatever the evaluation is specifically to a salary structure that has been identified by the city manager with certain steps or something along those lines. But that is not yet to be determined, Counselor. So again, I'm hoping that we focus on today's discussion, which is evaluation of city manager, not compensation of city manager.
Well, I'm not focused on it. I just want to make sure that what we've done in the past, that we have the latitude to look at that as we move forward, and that it isn't automatic. Okay, thank you.
Indra has a question.
Yeah, Indra, question.
Yes, and a statement. So I think I hear what Joel's saying, and I think it would be appropriate if we had the study group with a couple of counselors, city manager, who could again refine. There's so much information on how to do evaluations and examples of evaluations, and I think if we refined the form, it would really help counselors to focus on goals and objectives, and so there's a healthy outcome for everyone involved. But also that study group, if I'm not correct, let me know. The study group, when they do refine and redo the evaluation, could make compensation tied to something in the evaluation that then would be presented to council to approve the evaluation and approve the compensation at an open public meeting. Could that not be done?
Yes, that could be done if you are associating the potential, that could be done, yes. Could be discussed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Indra. So there's a couple things I'd like to add to this discussion. First, in addressing one of Eric's concerns regarding an annual evaluation may not be sufficient because things have potentially gone off the rails for, 3/4 of a year before we get to a problem. I can tell you that roughly 3 years ago now, with the last council, it might have been 4 years ago, myself and Councilor Fazier, I think, were chosen by that council to talk to a facilitator about potentially upgrading our process. The very first thing that I mentioned was I thought it should be at least 4 times a year because things can get out of control. And when it's a year down the line, now we've missed a whole year of potential improvements and potentially. So I completely agree that a minimum of 2 or 4 times a year in executive session to have a smaller evaluation would be beneficial, especially to the manager and possibly to some of the counselors as they're maybe frustrated. I know that in the past, it seems as though Aaron has preferred kind of one-on-ones with counselors and things of that nature. To me, if a counselor, Eric or anyone else, has a problem with a particular aspect of the manager's performance, I'd like to hear it. As a fellow counselor, I'd like to hear it. And in a quarterly type of situation, we could all hear what the rest of us are thinking, or any criticisms that we might have, or any comments that Aaron might have about particular issues. But to wait a year, I think, is just, that's just setting us up for possibly failure, but certainly not as good as much success as we could. So I agree with a 4 times a year aspect of it. But the other thing is that, getting back to, I think, what Victoria initially kicked us off with, is that, she felt she needed more time. There was a lot of information here. Well, most of us, I think, here are kind of, we'd be acting almost in the dark with almost any decision that we would make today. And we've got information essentially from Aaron, which is essentially one party here. But going back to something that I've participated in a couple times, but back in 2012, when we were trying to evaluate and possibly make changes to our city charter, the way the Charter Task Force did that is that we looked at other city charters and how they did it, how they addressed the specific issues that we were concerned with. And there were so many different great ideas there, and we brought those back, and we were able to discuss them and kind of hone that down to how we wanted to move forward. I would like to see, or I'm going to propose that, I think that, and I think it would address pretty much what everyone's saying, is if we had, if staff were to get back to us with examples of city manager evaluations from, say, in the way that when we're talking about collective bargaining with police and fire unions, things of that nature, they'll take averages of particular data from 5 up and 5 down, the cities that are closest to us in population. I'd like to see how other cities that are close to us in population handle their city manager evaluation. And I think that that data could easily be emailed to council. We could all look at that. And what I like about that is each one of us could look at, we may see a particular part of an evaluation that we feel is really important. If we have just 2 counselors and the manager looking at things, a particular concern of a particular counselor may not be addressed at all, So if we all were to look at, if we were to say 3 or 4 cities close in population, 3 up, 3 down, possibly a big city, possibly a small city, but if we actually had those forms in front of us, I think that we would be capable of saying, gee, that form from that particular city is awesome. They must have done a lot of work on it. That might actually be exactly what we need. And it would cost us almost nothing to do that. Or we might see, one counselor might see some ideas in one, different counselor might see some ideas in a different city's evaluation form. But I'd like to see what other cities do that are roughly our size, how they handle it, and we can do that basically for free. It'd be interesting, too, to see of the, let's say, 5 up and 5 down cities, how many of those use a facilitator? How many of them don't? We may even be able to get an explanation from one of the cities, gee, how did it work before and after you used the facilitator? But that's what I think would, satisfy most of what I'm hearing, is the fact that we don't really have, we're kind of in the dark. We don't really know what a good city evaluation form looks like. We know what ours looks like. We know that we don't like ours. We know it wants to be changed, but we really have no idea what we want to change it to. Aaron has his idea what he wants to change it to. We don't have our idea. So to me, if we were to give staff direction to come back and, acquire, from however many up, 3 up, 3 down, or 5 up, 5 down cities, what does their evaluation form look like? And have us look at it, in a memo. We could then come back to a workshop and say, I think we can do this on our own. We've got some really good ideas here. Or maybe at that point we might say, gee, this is too confusing. We need to hire a facilitator. I'm clearly not at the facilitator stage yet, because I think it's something that we can probably do on our own. If we look at other examples from around the state, we might see exactly what we're looking for. So that's the way I'd like to move forward, is and that gives us time to look at them all, time to understand them all, time to look at the data that we got today to see how that might fit in. But I don't know if any councilors have any thoughts about that idea, but I would say looking at possibly 6 different cities that are close to our population size and how they handle it, I think we could move forward and potentially do this on our own for very low money.
Indra has a question.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Indra, thank you.
Okay, I was just going to say, I don't know that we need to waste staff time on them coming back to us with that. I have used the internet to Google so many times, all kinds of forms and evaluations, and you can get them from cities all over the state, the area, or nationwide. You can get so many forms to look at, and so I would suggest that each individual counselor just, start looking at some city manager evaluation forms. You could find one from the East Coast that is perfect. I don't know why we would need to stick with this area in particular, but I think it's just as easy for us individually to Google and find something we liked. I don't know that staff would have to waste time doing that, but maybe it's not much time. I don't know. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
So, Indra, I'm just going to reply to that. This is Rob. So when we, on a charter task force, when we did that, everyone who was in that task force was assigned 3 different other cities to look at how their charters handled certain things. But to your point, as far as possibly looking at things on your own, everyone else looked at 3, and frankly, I studied 39 different city charters because I really wanted to know how these different cities handled certain situations. So any counselor would still be free to look at however many other cities they want to look at and possibly bring back some really, really good ideas. There may be some outliers that are really good ideas to our discussion. But I think that it would be simplest and possibly fastest and easiest for every counselor to be working from maybe 6 different examples or 8 different examples, and if counselors didn't see what they thought was applicable or acceptable in those, there's nothing that would stop any counselor from going and finding other examples that worked as well. So both things could be true. You can look at extra, but at least everyone would have a minimum of the same baseline that we'd be functioning from.
She has another comment.
Go ahead, Indra.
Yeah, yes, and I get your point, and that's good. That's why I would like to see a smaller study group taking the evaluation, so maybe we each give them 1 we like or 2 we like, because I don't see having 8 counselors talking about evaluations would take hours. Like for me, I would trust other counselors to refine the evaluation in a small study group and then present that to us to just look at the end, make some small changes if we wanted to, and improve on it if we needed to. That's what I would use the small study group for. Just my thoughts.
Victoria, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Yes, so some ideas that I have heard and maybe some new ones to add is going back to Eric. We need to have goal setting at the beginning of this process and benchmarks along the way so that the final evaluation is much easier to do. And I think that it would be better to do this in a small group away from council. I think it might be 8 people trying to do it all together at once might end up just being too confusing. So I think that we could, in a small group setting, there's nothing that says we couldn't elicit, information from other counselors. In fact, we could just say that's part of the process, that get us your ideas for evaluations from different cities to us by this time so that we can absorb that and then work it out in a smaller setting. But I think that we can come up with a really good evaluation process that is grants pass centric. And I think that might be the most important thing, is just to make sure that this process really benefits the city. And I'm sure that other small cities around the nation have done that work, have done just that. But I think it would be too much to do it all together, 8 people all at once. So I would be in favor of having people submit the information that they wanted to this group by a certain amount of time, and then a smaller group could go through that, maybe the counselors, whoever they are, 2 or 3, beforehand, and then meet with the city manager. And I would also say it would be important probably to bring Stephanie into that discussion as well. And I think it could probably go pretty quickly and efficiently that way.
Okay, I'll just add one other thing that council may not be aware of, is that when I have looked for city manager evaluation forms around the state, there are many cities that don't have that information available on their website. And unless staff were to go out and reach out and get some of those, I don't know that council would then be able to come up with good examples from other cities, because we may not be able to, as individual counselors, get that information. So that's actually probably the primary reason I was suggesting that staff brings us back examples of evaluations from other cities. And at that point, if we wanted to form a study group, once council has seen exactly what other evaluation forms look like, because we may not be able to get that on your own. I know that you can't get them all on your own. So I'd like to see us get the information from other cities that are close to us in size, and then if we wanted to come up with a smaller group, maybe that would be a way forward. Kathleen, yeah.
So it sounds like we pretty much are agreeing on a study group form consisting of a couple of counselors and the case manager. So I'd just like to make the motion to form a study group consisting of 2 counselors and case manager to recommend and refine the evaluation process.
I would like to second that, but I would like to ask if you would entertain having it be three counselors rather than 2.
Yeah, I just said a couple of counselors, 3 is fine, yep.
Is there a second?
That was my
I second.
Okay. So I have a question. So if other counselors wanted to see examples of other city evaluation forms that they couldn't get on their own, how would that happen? Would an individual counselor be able to give staff direction that they wanted to see them, or would they just be out of luck and we wouldn't be able to see those?
I think that staff has always been pretty good when you have a question. And so if we ran into that issue, I think that an email to staff would readily, I think staff would be willing to help us with that.
Well, I didn't hear anything from staff about that, but I guess the point is that very often when it's not considered appropriate for a counselor to necessarily give a staff member a job that could take them a couple of hours without essentially the entire council agreeing to give that direction. So that's my concern there. It's one counselor can't necessarily give the HR director or the manager or anybody else any direction of that nature.
Well, perhaps we can just stipulate that right now then.
Okay, that was my point. So I would hope that maybe Kathleen would make a friendly amendment that would include that counselors can get examples or staff will provide council with examples of other city manager evaluations forms also before we move forward.
Okay, I make a friendly amendment that we should include the staff in getting other city manager evaluation forms if needed.
And the second's good, yeah. Okay, any further discussion on that? Eric.
I think maybe instead of if needed, should we just go ahead and ask for that? That way, in the interest of time, we can get that done expeditiously, just in case. Should we do that, or anybody else feel that way?
My understanding is the motion includes the creation of a 3 council member and city manager committee to review and make recommendation to an evaluation of the city manager process, which would start off with the city providing council a memo of some like jurisdictions, evaluations of city manager examples first.
Does that sound what you had in mind, Eric?
Yes, thank you.
So that sounds reasonable to me, but the only question I have there is when Aaron says some cities. So to me, which, in the same way that when we're negotiating with collective bargaining, it's cities that are either closest in population and or Southern Oregon or whatever, and I'd also even like in examples of those that, if some number of those, let's say we were to choose, 4 up and 4 down, 8 cities, if some number of those had a facilitator, okay, maybe we get that form, maybe we don't get that form. I'm not sure if, but it'd be good to know who's using a facilitator, what percentage is using a facilitator, but out of a specific number, not just some. So how do we define the word some is I guess what I'm saying.
Well, council can provide additional direction. If you want me to do a 5 up, 5 down like we do with bargaining groups, we'll do that.
I'd probably like to see 4 up and 4 down or 5 up and 5 down, but I'd also like to, because not all the ones in Southern Oregon would be that close to in population with us. So I'd like to see the ones in Southern Oregon also, so we know exactly what our neighbors are doing.
I would, in addition to population, maybe geographic and economic, maybe there's other factors than just population. I'd just like to point that out.
Yeah, I did say Southern Oregon also, so that which also, anyway, to me that would cover that, the inclusion of the 5 Southern Oregon cities that we used for other comparisons.
Oh, I don't think that if we were to do something like Klamath Falls, then maybe that would be, that would take care of that.
Indra has a comment.
Yeah, Indra.
I think we're making this way too complicated. I don't see the point really of having up or down of Southern Oregon. I mean, you either have a good evaluation for a city manager or you don't. You might find a great one in Michigan for a small town. I really don't think that it matters if it's a Southern Oregon city or some near us. They might have evaluations that we don't like, that all suck, then we might find one in another state. I don't know why we have to have a Southern Oregon thing. It's not like a compensation study. That's just my point. I think it's too complicated what we're doing. Thank you.
I guess in response to what Indra had to say, I'm also concerned with it being too simple. The way it started out with basically, 2 counselors and the manager, that was way too simple because I don't know that we'd get a representation of what all the counselors want to see. So that's my point, Indra. And as I've said before, every counselor would be free to find whatever they want to in Michigan or any other place and bring it to the group. But I'm ready to I'm ready to vote on Kathleen's motion at this point. Yeah.
Well, I think Kathleen's motion was that counselors, and you can read it back, was to bring, to submit things, a couple forms or whatever they wanted to include in the evaluation, submit that to the study group, and the study group would work on it, refine it, and come up with a product to give back to the council for approval. Am I wrong on that?
Well, that's the way it started, but I'm reasonably sure that counselors as individuals will likely not be able to get all the city manager evaluation forms that they want to. I think staff would have a better chance of doing that, and that she made an amendment, I believe, that staff would help us do that. Aaron, you have something to say?
So to clarify, if this motion passes, to clarify if this motion passes, staff's understanding is that we are going to start off by providing a 5 and 5 down plus local area jurisdictions. Local area jurisdictions will be defined as those that are defined in the RFP for the collective, for the non-bargaining local jurisdictions. Those will be submitted through a memo to council. We will also be getting direction from council on what 3 council members would be part of a group to partner with the city manager to make a recommendation on the city manager evaluation process. That's what I see as the motion as it stands.
Does that sound accurate? Kathleen says yes. Okay, so I think we're ready to vote. So Kathleen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
I vote yes. Joel?
I'm going to abstain, but I'm going to support whatever the council wants to do, and I'll make it, I'll try to do my best to make it successful.
Victoria?
Yes?
Indra, how do you vote?
I'm going to abstain too, and only because I don't think the up and down according to compensation cities is appropriate in this case. So I'll abstain as well. Thank you.
All right, so I think we have, what do we have, 5 or 4 yes and 2 abstain?
So that doesn't,
What do we have now?
I think that was
it's 5.
4 in the affirmative and
5.
3 either.
5 in the affirmative.
Oh, okay,
So motion
yeah.
passes. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Urban renewal program, vandalism, and I'm glad that Terry and Chuck stayed for this part of it because your opinion might be valuable here. And we'll turn it over to Dana.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon, everyone. So this topic was brought to staff to review the potential for including vandalism in a grant program. So we're looking at our Urban Renewal Agency grant program and seeing where that might fit. Just a quick agenda for this presentation. We're going to look at the current standing of the grant-eligible Urban Renewal Agency projects. And then we're going to review the eligible activities that are existing in the current Urban Renewal Agency and Economic Development Grant programs that could potentially apply to vandalism. And then discuss more specific parameters related to vandalism, and also address some policy questions at the end. Just looking at the current standing, these are the 2 programs within our current grants for urban renewal that these 2 projects, all of our the grants fall within that could potentially cover vandalism. So when you look at the first one there, the North 6th and 7th Street, that program, that project itself, the specific goal of it is to improve the visual enhance the visual beauty of the corridor, the 6th and 7th Street corridors for visitors' first impressions to the city. So some of the grants that have gone out, only a few, you can see just $17,000 has been spent, are focused on projects that were on the 6th and 7th Street corridor. You can see the plan allocation right now that is for $4 million. The intention of that project is to enhance the incoming beauty of the city as you're coming in, but it includes facade improvements as well as other kind of public infrastructure items like public restrooms, public parking, and other types of improvements like landscaping and things like that. And then the other project in urban renewal, building rehabilitation, this is also within our current grant program. And most of our grants right now are going through this program. And you can see a larger sum has been spent, $465,000 out of that, with $2 million as the original allocation. I'm going to go ahead and go through the current grant program guidelines, and I'm going to just speak a little bit, keep in mind the vandalism lens here. So these current programs could potentially allow for assistance with that. Under the North 6th and 7th Street, the program describes having exterior improvements, assisting with replacement or repair, and that could include doors, windows, and lighting as part of building facade. And then under building rehab and restoration, similar thing, it's to improve the face of buildings, and it could include, again, repair and replacement of awnings, exterior lighting, sign structures, windows, doors, other improvements. So you could see with the current guidelines, the definition, however we define vandalism, could potentially fall under there. And then if we also look at our economic development grant program, we do have a Light the Storefronts and security camera program. Those funds are used to assist with ambient storefront lighting and exterior security cameras. So it's another preventative program that we have available right now to assist. Continuing to look a little more specifically at the grant programs we have underneath the criteria under applicant requirements, unless otherwise authorized by the Urban Renewal Board, there's only one award per tax lot that is allowed within a 5-year period. So again, we're going to look at the grant program criteria, but think of it from the lens of vandalism. This could be something that would be restrictive if we were to include vandalism. There's going to be other elements that support it. So keep both of those in mind as we go forward here. Also, the applicant must agree to maintain the agency improvements in good condition for not less than 5 years, and that includes prompt repairs of any vandalism and the removal of graffiti. So currently in our programs, we require, if we've provided funds, we require that they maintain their building clear of vandalism and graffiti. Something that's actually an ineligible project right now or activity would be cleaning activities that are considered routine or general property maintenance. So I think that's one restriction for graffiti potentially, that it's not an eligible activity. Cleaning of that, I guess. Continuing on, looking at the funding rules in the current grant program, funds will not be granted to projects that have already been completed prior to the funding approval. So, and you'll see in the next slide why that matters. Obviously, vandalism is something we can't predict, so applying for a grant prior to that happening isn't really possible. Also for the qualifying privately owned improvement projects right now, the Urban Renewal Agency provides a match of 25%. And so the private investment has to be that 75 maximum, and up to a maximum, which in each program is a little bit different, but the 6th and 7th Street, the max is $20,000, and in the building rehab is $50,000. And then as far as the disbursement process, this is the same for all of our grant programs right now. It's awarded as a reimbursement on eligible expenses, so having to show those expenses prior. Now let's go a little more closely at maybe the specific parameters that we'd have to change if we were going to put it under the current program. So some of the exceptions to the current program, the URA board could authorize more than one award up to a maximum amount potentially. That amount, I think we'd have to evaluate, really look at what is the maybe annual cost that people are experiencing for vandalism. We could do further research to determine that amount, but it does make sense to set a maximum. Due to that unpredictable nature that would cause the need for repair, the applications could be accepted after the repairs have been completed, but within a certain length of time. That's something that also could be established, how long before the grant request could we accept that request. Before that grant request, when did that vandalism occur? And then also considering the match piece of it, is 50% match a better match in this scenario because of what the project is and the size of it. Other things to consider would be location criteria. Under our current program, if you were to look at option 1, you could restrict the properties that would be eligible for this vandalism assistance for the 6th and 7th Street frontage properties, and that would fit within that project of the urban renewal. Or option 2 would be to make it available to all businesses within the urban renewal district, and that would fit under the building rehab project. Continuing on specific parameters, because of the differences and the purpose really of urban renewal, we would probably need to have some additional required documentation, like a statement supporting that the evidence that shows that the vandalism actually occurred or what the damage was. Also some proof that insurance will not cover the cost of this damage, or even that it only covers a proportion of it. And then also, this is relating back to that last slide, setting a length of time prior to the grant application that the event actually occurred and the improvements were made. And just an example would be no more than 6 months prior. Also, we would need to establish specific eligible activities. So, windows and doors might be eligible, or structure-oriented damage. And then the remaining other elements of the URA program could just be the same. We could retain the other pieces of criteria. Other comparable programs, we did reach out to Elaine Howard, who's our consultant for urban renewal, and she didn't know of any other URAs in Oregon that currently have a grant program dedicated to vandalism and use TIF funding. We did find Prosper Portland has a grant specific to vandalism support, and it's their local Small Business Expanded Repair and Restore grant. That program is funded through the American Rescue Plan Act, and this link just provides you a way to look at more information about that program. The cost implications, right now we have $250,000 per fiscal year allocated for URA grants. So should this program be included in the current guidelines? Should the program stand alone? Or should we consider even looking at alternative funding sources to pay for the program? And lastly, the call to action is just the policy questions before you. Does the agency wish to establish a special vandalism parameters under the current URA grant guidelines? Or does the agency wish to establish a new grant program outside of the URA guidelines and allocating funding beyond that $250,000? So that's what I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Kathleen.
Thank you. Dana, refresh my memory, if all the money has been used in the past, have we allocated a full $250,000 every time? Do these funds get used up?
Yeah, so the $250,000 is allocated each year. I think we've just started the program only 2.5 years ago. So we haven't fully expended a $250,000, I think, quite yet. Really close though, we've allocated the previous year $225,000, I think, and then this fiscal year we have only done about $150,000, I think, so far. So there's still about $100,000 remaining for this fiscal year.
Victoria.
So has there been, I'm just curious, has there been businesses that have reached out to say this is a stated need, or have businesses inquired saying, I've got this vandalism, is there any URA or city money that can help? Or
no, not so far.
Not so far?
I haven't had that.
And I'm guessing restricting it to 6th and 7th would just be that beautification of what people see when they're just coming into the city okay, so that would be the main reason of just restricting it to 6th and 7th?
I just think the other thing to consider is when you do open it up to the full URA, our urban renewal area is very large. And so at some point you might maybe piecemealing out funds to businesses all over the city. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's something to consider. To get the full impact of the purpose of urban renewal, we really want to see larger impact as far as visual improvements to buildings. Even though it is obviously nice to remove something like a broken window so that it looks good again, we are hoping to incentivize larger investment in upgrades to a building.
Oh, okay. So then maybe the city is seeing a need to incentivize, and that's really the reason why you're bringing it to us. Would you say that's accurate?
This was brought to you because it was a request by council to learn more about the possibility of
Oh,
covering
okay, I
vandalism.
didn't, actually, thank you. I didn't know where the request came from. And then lastly, do you think that this would just, I don't know, it's an opinion, I guess. Would this restrict or make it harder for other things that we do through urban renewal? Would it be a drain on those funds, do you think? Or do you think it would just be a different way to spend the money for what the agency is designed for?
I guess it could be either, depending on your perspective. I think there is that possibility that we could include in the guidelines, even if you are wanting assistance with the repair of a window. Are there other improvements that you want to make and try and encourage them to do more with the project? I think there's a possibility there, so it could be a way to connect with businesses. But I guess there's potential either way, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Indra has a question.
Indra, go ahead.
Yes, I just have a couple questions. So that grant, the Portland Safety Project, is that something they already got, or is that something still available to communities to ask for, to apply for?
This is Brad, Counselor. So the example that Dana gave was not a grant that the city of Portland got. It's a grant program that Portland's Urban Renewal Agency operates for businesses in Portland.
Oh, I thought underneath funded through American Rescue Plan Act. So the funds came prior, like that's not something that's still giving money out. That was my question.
No, my understanding is they are still, whether they're, I guess we don't know for sure if they're ARPA, but that ARPA was how that program originally started, using the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And yeah, that was just one of the projects that they chose to apply their ARPA money towards.
So that's gone. I mean, it's nothing we could apply to is what I'm asking. Is it something we could apply to currently or no?
Well, all of the ARPA money has already been distributed from the federal government to the city of Grants Pass. We do still have, a few proceeds, and I don't know if that's coming up on an agenda or not, that might be some opportunity to discuss.
No, this is not a new program. These are allocated funds from years ago through ARPA. So this is not a fund that the city can apply for and start this program based on new funding mechanism, to answer your question directly.
Thank you. That was my question. Okay, and then my second question, go back, there was an exemption or something about insurance. You would require proof of insurance. And I'm wondering, because most businesses have insurance, but there may be a deductible. So would that be something then that the city under this proposal would cover, is maybe their deductible?
That's something that the council could decide.
Thank you.
Eric, question.
Is that in the proposal or no?
We don't have something that's that specific yet. Right now, we're just looking as kind of an overview of what this program could potentially be. So if that's a detail that you'd like included, you can let me know and we would bring it back in a more formal proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Indra, there is no proposal right now. Council's deciding whether or not we want to try to create a proposal. So, Eric?
Right, but there's kind of a structure that she's come up with, correct?
No.
A little bit?
No.
Oh, okay.
She's basically just reviewing with us what the current URA grant possibilities are. But that's currently what's on the books, and we're deciding whether or not we want to add something to it or do something different.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Eric.
Thank you. Okay, I had a question in terms of how effective we think this has been for all these funds. And I guess, I don't know if you can answer that, Dana, or I know it's kind of a hard question to answer, but maybe if Chief Hensman possibly could elaborate on what he thinks. Obviously, any little bit of amount of money will help, but I don't know if I guess the question is, how effective do we think this program is, or the funding is, and is it beneficial for us to continue or alter, or do we have any suggestions?
You want me to take that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I can. Just my thought from my professional opinion and from a public safety perspective. When we talk about blighted community, when we talk about vandalism, it's critical to get it cleaned up ASAP. If you leave your environment looking shabby and run down, it just emboldens people to behave poorly, AKA commit crimes, more vandalism, and they just think they're going to continue to get away with it. So any type of a let's clean the place up and make it look better program is always a positive from a public safety standpoint. So I'll leave you with that to consider. But also to, as I'm listening to Dana's presentation, I would also throw out for your consideration that there is a restitution piece if we do catch an individual that's committed a crime. And I would just ask that that be added to the recipe, that if a business was, let's say, provided funds that paid them back for fixing a door, a window, whatever, that if they received grant money, they should do the right thing and give the money back to the city.
Thank you. I think that's great advice. Thank you. I think council should, yeah, let's look into that, I think.
Any other questions from council before we go to discussion? Victoria?
I just want to make sure that I understood, Chief, what you said. So your restitution, are you talking about, maybe I was way off, about perpetrators, the restitution that they are paying?
If they pay it.
If they paid it. So I just want to be clear that that's what you were, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
just for your knowledge that if an individual is caught for breaking the law and there's a financial component attached to it, sometimes that would be part of the court case, essentially.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I think we can, thanks, Dana.
Thank you.
Bring it back, yeah, for Joel for discussion.
So I think this is a very timely topic. I think it plays into Chuck's presentation earlier in our workshop about entrepreneurs and the problem that they identified as not only housing, but the effect on their business and unexpected expenses that are not their fault. It seems like it needs to be kind of a fund that comes in after restitution and insurance. And I would think something like up to $5,000 per occurrence, it'd be designed mainly to cover the deductible under the insurance. And then I also think there needs to be some kind of timeline because for example, when we had the car accident downtown and there was the unfortunate thing of the door being crushed in on the business, I mean, he's not going to wait till he gets a grant approved to fix that. So there has to be some kind of 90-day thing that prior to the grant application that we would reimburse that if that was due to vandalism. So that's what I'm thinking. And we could include it under, well, I would count on Dana's expertise, but however we fund it under urban renewal funding, I would be okay. If it's a separate program or if it's part of these other existing programs, I think there needs to be a limit set on it, maybe $300,000 or less, just so that if it does exceed that for some reason, that we, the only thing I thought of is if it did exceed it, it would be an earthquake or something, which we get emergency funding, but put an upper limit on the program so that And we could make another decision there if it got out of hand, and up to 25 or 30 businesses at up to $5,000.
Thanks, Joel. Victoria?
I really like the idea. I also like what Joel just said, so something like, I like the 50-50 match with the cap at $5,000. I mean, you could do both of those things. I like those ideas. And I don't think it should be limited to 6th and 7th Street. There are many areas going down, F, and I think it should be open to the entire community, because the entire URA district pays into it, so they should reap the benefit of it. And so I think it's a really great idea. And I like the idea that Joel just said of considering, deductibles for insurance. And then also, of course, the restitution being a part of that as well. So really good ideas.
Yeah, I like all those ideas too. I would be in favor also of a timeline, 90 days, that it wouldn't be like endless time there. But I also would like to establish it under the current URA grant guidelines, just because we have so much money left over. It seems like we could easily fit that right underneath.
Andrea has a comment.
Indra, go ahead. Indra, go ahead.
Oh, yes. I agree with what everyone said, the deductible for the insurance. I don't know. I mean, 5,000 seems a little high as a cap, but maybe not. I don't know what the windows are worth. I would like to see the entire URA area get it too. I don't think it would be right to have the frontage and then just around the corner on G Street, they don't get anything, or down the block. And then I would also, I think a 50-50 match is a lot to a lot of businesses. It's a hardship when you have to replace, whether it's $700 even, you're not buying a piece of equipment that you need because now you have this emergency window or graffiti to do. I would like to either bring it down to 25% or, maybe even no match. It's definitely, thank you, Chief Hensman, it's definitely a blight, and I think we all agree, if you see boarded up windows or cracked, it just is so bad, and it does invite more. So I would like to just make a big incentive so that we don't have that anywhere in our city.
Yeah.
But I agree with what most everyone said, with those few exceptions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to comment now. I think that there's a couple things that we're looking at here, and I don't know if many on the council really understand what it's like for a small business to get hit with a double or a tripling or quadrupling of their insurance, because often when you basically, even if you pay your deductible, you can end up with a giant insurance jump the next year, huge. And getting back to, the business retention conversation that we had earlier, when it comes down to certainty and confidence of whether or not somebody wants to try to stay open next year or the following year, a lot of these unexpected expenses enter into that calculus for them. I actually don't think that, I think that we should try to do this without someone having to employ their insurance, because if we want this program to be successful and we want it to be used, I think that it's going to be used if there is no insurance match required. Right now, as soon as you use your insurance, and this would, as a property owner, same thing, as a homeowner, same thing. We get people, there's people being canceled, there's huge jumps all the time, and we're looking at empty storefronts downtown, and we're looking for ways to try to give people a little more confidence that Grants Pass is a safe place to have a business. Well, to me, taking care of any vandalism related expenses as far as glass breakage, I think is a really sign of good faith by the council. I think that adding to that, getting back to what Chief Hensman was saying, what I would like to see if we're going to do something like this is if somebody were to get benefit and have their window repaired on the city's dime or on the URA dime, that in order for them to ever be eligible for another similar grant, that they install cameras first. So in other words, if somebody is, for whatever reason, is a repeat target, at least that they would have a camera set up so that police would have some chance of apprehending whoever the offender is. I mean, things can get really crazy. We knew, what, last year was it, one guy broke like 15 windows, including Republican headquarters and a bunch of businesses. And I know that, just to give you an idea, hold on one second, because I got some figures. I called the glass companies that actually did some of those repairs, and to give you an idea, like at the Fly Shop down on 6th, they had a fairly large window that was taken out, and it was 72 by 104, which is not the largest. You'll see some windows that are bigger, and to replace a window like that today, just the glass, is $1,200 to $1,500, and the labor is typically around 10%. So, you know, that kind of expense, even half of that expense, and half of $1,800, that can be really significant for a small mom and pop. You know, the pharmacy, Grants Pass Pharmacy, their glass was 54 by 78. I think it was the same person, the same guy who did the 15 breaks at the same time. I'm not sure about that. Even theirs was approaching $1,000. So for, you know, for somebody to then use their insurance, potentially get a huge jump the next year in their insurance, there are actually, you know, at this point, from what I understand, there's some insurance companies that won't even do this type of insurance anymore. Fortunately, I haven't had that problem yet, and I hope not to have that problem. But I guess my point is, I think that if we want this to be used, if we want it to actually be helpful, if we want to give businesses confidence that this is a good place to keep your business or possibly expand a business, I think that we should do 100% of it, up to a particular dollar amount per event, but we should do 100% of it, you know, with no more than once every couple of years if the same person were hit again. But otherwise, it's not going to be used because people are, you know, people have their insurance. They don't want to engage it because they can be canceled the next year. So if we want it to be used, I think we've got to go from $1.
Indra has a comment.
Joel's had his hand up.
Rob, I sure appreciate what you're saying. One of the things I would add to it, and it'd be a little different twist, that we would compensate each individual up to $5,000, and then per occurrence. Then we would fund it to, let's say, 250 occurrences. Those examples you set were far less than $5,000. The reason people have insurance, and it does go up, I know they won't insure, I shouldn't say this publicly, but my business, they won't even insure it. But you have insurance to offset really large risks. You know, not the $5,000 and less, and that. So I think that would cover 99% of the windows anyway, and so that we would require no match up to $5,000, and then after that, if it's over that, it would be their responsibility.
Yeah, Rick.
I would be in favor of 50-50 match and up to $5,000. I can also see a lot of times the individual has a $500 deductible. So if it's a $1,000 window, they would then be eligible for that other balance beyond their deductible. Thank you.
Andrew, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree. I would go for 100% on it. it is really a hardship to businesses, and through no fault of their own. If we really want to support our businesses and help them to grow and stay, I think this would be a big help for them. I would go for the 5,000. Joel, I think you said per occurrence, so 2,500 per occurrence. It's because some of the businesses that are more visible and in certain areas are more prone to breakage and graffiti. So I would be okay with having a per occurrence where a business, if it happened 1 year and then down the road happened again, they could apply again and still get it up to 5,000. I'd be okay with that. I had a window breakage a few years ago, and I didn't even go to insurance. So you're right about that, Rob. I mean, you're afraid to go to insurance because you know it's going to go up. And so I think that proof of insurance shouldn't be part of it as well. Thank you.
You know, to add to that, a lot of people may not realize, but years ago, fortunately it was a long time ago, last time I had a window broken, I'm trying to remember the dimensions of my store, but it's at least 100 to 120 feet deep. I had a front window broken, and there was literally glass shards throughout my entire store. From that one window being broken, there were glass shards 100 feet covering the entire store. And guess what? I didn't do business that day. So in addition to, you know, the expense, in addition to the trauma and the pain in the neck, I also, and then as hard as we tried to get all that glass, you can imagine how long it actually took to get all that glass. So it's a big thing, and I think that if we're looking for business retention, if we're looking for support for our businesses, even if we came down from $5,000 per occurrence to $3,500 per occurrence, I'd like to see it from $1, so no match necessary, either up to $3,500 or $5,000. But I think no match, I think, is the way that we can actually help the businesses here so that they won't incur massive increases in future years. Joel.
I don't want to cut off discussion, but I was going to make a motion.
I have a question
Okay.
There's a lot of details.
before you do that. Thank you, Joel. Is this are we just talking about windows, or are we talking about graffiti as well?
My thinking on this was windows and doors. This was glass breakage. I mean, we could expand this to a bunch of other things, but this to me was glass breakage. The things that we don't, well, graffiti is also something we don't want to see down our main corridors, but it was the things that would really be off-putting to tourists and off-putting to other business owners, plywood, et cetera, et cetera. I suppose we could include graffiti in that as well. But to me, this was about glass today.
Okay, and I'm good with that, because I think, Chief Hensman, isn't there a program or someone that does graffiti cleanup? Is there?
Hey, Counselor, we do have the ability to clean up small graffiti, but it's actually the business owner's responsibility to clean up their own graffiti.
Okay, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. So I just wanted to make sure we're just talking about window and glass breakage. Thank you.
So before Joel or anyone else makes the motion, there was a lot of other things details to talk about. Kathleen, yeah.
Okay, so I thought we were talking about vandalism in general. I mean, windows, graffiti, caved-in doors, blight. I would be willing to include graffiti. It could be a large piece, it could be the whole side of a building. Anyway, that's my on that. And then also I was wondering if we were changing the applicant requirements that says one award per tax lot would be allowed within any 5-year period. So we're changing that?
Well, that was one of many details that I think that we need to talk about. Yeah. Victoria. Yeah.
Yeah, In the presentation here, I think it said windows and doors, but I like the idea of graffiti as well, because that is something that really needs to be taken care of quickly. And so if we had if we incentivize doing that from $1, I like what people were talking about with avoiding an insurance claim. That would be good. So if we made it for vandalism to include doors, windows, and graffiti, I would like that idea, along with the from $1 idea up to $5,000.
Andrew has another comment.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to there. The only question, I think the graffiti is a good idea. It's just, it's a little bit harder to quantify what's an appropriate cost. Glass is pretty easy to quantify, and the time it takes to do the glass. On graffiti, could we end up repainting like the entire side of somebody's building, or how do we have different aspects fit in? So I just don't know exactly how we would define a maximum there. But we could do that and don't necessarily have to define it, but it could really be, it's more subjective, I think, than glass breaking would be.
Oh, I can see that, but cleanup is the cleanup materials and then the paint. So I think I don't know as though we need to specify what is covered under graffiti renewal, but it seems like it would be easy to do if it were cleaning materials and paint. I guess there could be other if it was on metal or, so I don't know as though we need to quantify that, but graffiti, remediation, doors was something though that was in the presentation, and I think that might be something really important to include, because if there are, locked, broken locks and doors and things like that, might be, it was in the presentation, I believe, and I think that should also be included.
Thank you. Andrew, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I would be for the doors, that structural damage as well. Graffiti is not expensive to get rid of, because I've done it too, and you go down and get a can of spray paint that matches the color and just spray paint over it. But so it's not expensive. I think if we see graffiti that business owners have, I mean, you're talking $3 or $4 or $5. It's because they just don't take the time to do it. So maybe just peer pressure to get them to do it. Maybe the graffiti that we're seeing that stays is either absent owners, or maybe it's city-owned property that hasn't gotten cleaned up yet or something like that. But I think most businesses take care of the graffiti on their business, and it's not that expensive. That's my only comment on that.
So I'd like to hear from council. It's my inclination to ask Terry or Truck what they think of this, because they are business retention experts. If council thinks that's appropriate, I'd like to hear what they've got to say on this. Is that okay with council? Thumbs up? Yeah. You guys have anything you want to say on this? Terry or Chuck?
Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure it's clear that as the chamber president and CEO, I'm a reflection of my membership. We have not had this discussion internally. I think I could draw some conclusions based on the BRNE survey. So rather than maybe answer your questions, if I could add a couple, is this grant to business owners or building owners? When you're talking about business retention and expansion, and if there's somebody who's got a building that's chronically vacant, I think that adds to graffiti and vandalism in our town. So is there any kind of incentive for folks that actually have their business occupied? I think that's a big question that you have to answer for yourselves. And then I'm with you, the deductible, I don't know if if you end up saying 100%, I get it, because Rob, you're right, most people just have these done outside of insurance, but are you rewarding people that have crappy insurance policies? If I pay more for insurance and I've got a lower deductible than somebody who took the cheapest thing possible. Are you rewarding folks that maybe took the easy way out? And I'm happy to answer questions, but those are my initial thoughts. I would also be happy to take this to both our government affairs and BRD committees to gather more feedback.
Thank you. Did anybody have any questions for Terry?
Yeah, actually, Terry, how long do you think it would take to be able to gather that information?
Both of those committees meet the second week of the month, so I could add it to those agendas and get some initial feedback probably within a couple weeks.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, Terry touched on a point where you can have repetitive or repeat victims, so to speak. And I think that's part of what I would like to see in here is if somebody gets a grant before they'd ever be considered for another one, that they had security cameras up and running to potentially help us capture and get restitution, as Chief was talking about. Yeah, Victoria.
I think that regardless of whether it's a business owner or a building owner, they're still paying into the URA, correct? So, yeah, so I'm not sure that we should distinguish between business owners and building owners for that reason. Am I right on that? Yeah, I see you're kind of, so.
You are right.
Yeah.
They pay into the urban renewal agency whether they have a business or not. It all depends on, from a policy perspective, where you want to go. Do you want to focus on businesses and maintaining their ability to stay in business versus cost versus a building owner? So the Prosper Multnomah one is just strictly for businesses, and they have a requirement to stay in business, and that this helps them stay in business.
But it seemed like in the presentation we were talking about, you know, urban blight. So that, in my mind, that includes building owners as well.
That's up to the Urban Renewal Agency Board, which is you to determine.
Okay, thank you.
Joel, did you have something to say or no? Kathleen, sorry.
I think that's an excellent idea, Terry, that the businesses or the building should be occupied because it does invite more vandalism if it's not occupied. So I think we should, as a board, consider that. And then I wanted to add landscaping because I know that we had several businesses contact us early on when we moved the resting sites up here that their landscaping was getting destroyed and they were very unhappy about that. So I also heard Dana mention that landscaping would be one of the types of vandalism things. So I want to include that.
And then Indra also has a comment.
Yeah. Rick, and then Joel.
I'm hesitant on including that the building be occupied because we have a lot of businesses out there that are struggling and some are occupied right now and some are not. And I think if you find a building is damaged and vandalized, it's not attractive for a new business to want to move in there. So I would, again, not want to have that condition in there. Thank you.
Joel.
Well, I would just echo what Rick said, and with all respect, building owners are business owners also. They're just landlords or putting in a business, and the effects that the chief talked about, it doesn't care. I mean, when you drive through the south side of Chicago and there's not a window that's intact for 10 blocks, whether the building's occupied or not occupied, it sends a message that is not healthy. And we need to get back to what Chuck said this morning. So I would say it's a building or business owner.
Yeah, Indra, you're up next.
Oh, yes, I agree. I don't think we should determine whether it's occupied or not. I mean, some landlords are desperately trying to get their businesses occupied and they just can't. So I don't think we should disadvantage them. I would also, I'm going to go back and agree to the 90-day. I think several people mentioned that. And then as far as cameras, while that would be great, I don't think we could make people do cameras, but if we have a cap on it, then they can't go over that amount. So I think that's good. Thank you.
So, Indra, when I mentioned cameras, it wasn't for the first time that they come to us for a grant for broken windows. It would be if they ever were a victim a second time. In other words, after the first time, we fix their windows for them, we get them back looking whole again, and then it's up to them to get cameras if they want to, but don't come back to us if you don't have some evidence that the police might be able to use to apprehend somebody. That was my point with cameras. That was for any repeat, anyone who comes back for a second grant was my point on the cameras. But a couple other things that we were going to discuss was whether it was going to be 6th and 7th only or the entire URA. I would make the point that if it was going to be primarily 6th and 7th, I think it should be a G&H as well, if we're worried about how tourism looks and things of that nature. If it comes, otherwise we could do the entire URA, but I think if we're going to make a motion, we need to decide if it's going to be. I think we all agree that roughly 90 days someone would have to report it. I think we've all agreed that roughly 5,000 per occurrence. I'd like to see if it was fresh vandalism. I'd like to see a police report involved. And probably a licensed contractor should be required, especially when dealing with glass, because the permits keep, not the permits, the codes keep escalating. What was legal for someone to have in their store, glass for a front window 30 or 40 years ago, and some of them might have glass that's 50 or 80 or 100 years old, that's not legal to replace with. So a licensed contractor is definitely an important piece of this. And there's also details about if glass is within 3 feet of the front door, it requires a different kind of safety glass and so forth. So to me, 5,000 per occurrence, 90 days per to apply. I would think a police report, and then the question is, do we want to do just 6th and 7th front facing? Do we want to do 6th and 7th G&H, or do we want to do the whole URA? So, Victoria.
So I really think we should include the entire URA, because if you are paying into the URA, and you don't really have a choice in the matter if you are in the URA, so I think everybody should be able to reap the benefit of that. And so I don't know if Joel was ready to make a motion, but okay. So, but I would definitely advocate for the entire URA, and vandalism to include doors, windows, graffiti, and landscaping.
Man, what a tough group to keep up with. Okay, I'll make a motion, and if there's something there that you want that's not there, then we can have a discussion and an amendment to it. Is that okay? Because hopefully I captured everything as well.
Counselor, if I could, the one thing that wasn't discussed in that synopsis of the discussion was, that I didn't catch at least,
Okay.
was should the program be included in the current guidelines, or should we have a standalone funding source for it?
Okay.
So is it going to be included in the 250 that we already have allocated in that program? Or is it
Okay.
going to be a standalone with a designated amount of funds?
Sure. So I'll make a motion to have standalone funds to the tune of $125,000 that would reimburse building owners or businesses up to $5,000 the actual cost of repairing vandalism that include doors, windows. I'm going to omit graffiti because it was so inexpensive, and it might be a nightmare for Dana. I'll include landscaping for the entire URA, and that if there's a second request within a year, that they need to have security cameras to be eligible for the grant, and if work is done 90 days before the grant application and it's due to vandalism, that it would be covered. What's that?
Would you also include a stipulation that there needs to be a police report?
Oh, well, you know, code and police report, geez, that's kind of standard operating procedure, but we could put it in there if you want. But it has to be up to code, obviously, and it has to be true that it was vandalism, and I don't know how, you know, if that's a police report would be a way to do that. So we could say, and it requires a police report. I don't know about the code stuff in terms of the glass within the front door and that, I mean, it has to be done up to, yeah, and the licensed contractor, I mean, that's all code, right?
Well, we want to make sure it is.
Yeah, and so that, if it's covered by code, I don't want to repeat that.
It'd just be, it's a reimbursement program, and we'd be reimbursed based on the expense associated with the licensed contractor to do the work.
Okay, that sounds great. Include that by reference, Dana. You're better at this than I am. Okay.
Rick, second? Second from Rick. Any further discussion? Kathleen?
Did you include the insurance or not on that? Did we?
It's up to $5,000 actual cost. If it's beyond that, then they're on their own.
Yeah, so that, and there's no match, no match, no match required. Yeah. And Rick seconded it. Any further discussion?
Chair, I'm sorry, could I ask a clarification?
Sure.
The 175,000, I believe, 25, is that per fiscal year?
125, I just had it as a total, that was my thought. And then if more is needed later on, most of the windows that are going to be replaced are going to be far less than $5,000, I would hope. So you're talking $5,000, so 5 into 125, you're talking 25 occurrences, 25 broken windows at this point in time that we would replace.
So that's the life of the program.
The 30-year program or?
Oh, the life of the program? Geez, you can have it till the money runs out. So what would you suggest, Brad?
Well, I mean, I think that's fine. We can always come back to you, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood when we're setting this up what your intent was.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to set a life on it, I'm okay with that, but I would say right now, with that little of money, that I think over time that's going to be depleted down to zero. I hope not, but I think it will.
I think that's why. So does this need to be renewed every year, the money replenished if it isn't used every year, the 125?
Well, we do that with urban renewal dollars anyway, with all projects, so.
So up to 125,000 each year?
I had it as total, and that we'd review it when we
Oh,
review it.
okay, all right.
We got that, Brad? I'm clear? Okay. And Joel, you made the motion, right?
Yeah.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Victoria?
Yes?
Kathleen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
I vote yes. Indra, how do you vote?
Yes.
Great. It's unanimous, 7-0. Thank you. Oh, I knew there was a reason Valerie was here. Okay, I guess we're going to hear from staff about Beacon Hill Park.
You want me to start?
Right, go ahead, Bradley.
Okay. So there's kind of two parts to this item. The first one is a continued discussion about the land division that we've talked about a couple of times at Beacon Hill. And then the second is a conversation that's a little bit new about the Parks and Recreation Plan, and then the Beacon Hill Park Site Plan, a little bit of an update on that. I think you know where the property is. We're on the north side of I-5, on the south side of Hillcrest and the west side of Beacon, 1055 Northeast Hillcrest Drive. It's about 10.3 acres. If you have been out in that area recently, you know that there's a lot happening right now. This is a picture taken just last week. The Hillcrest is being widened with some curb gutter sidewalk. There's a multi-use pathway that's being put on the park side of the property. It's going to be an attached sidewalk on the north side. But you can kind of see they're making some good progress out there. It's expected to be done by sometime in June. Here's the bridge, the I-5 bridge that crosses over Hillcrest right there. And then the park property that we're talking about is just past this telephone pole, utility pole here on the left-hand side, making quite a bit of progress. So here's just another shot. I put this one in because the stormwater pond, it's a little bit tough to see here, but maybe you can see some of the grading work that is created there on the side. So this is a pond that's associated with the city's Hillcrest widening project, but it is on this property. So it will collect some stormwater runoff from the Hillcrest, and so there is a portion of the park property that is being used for stormwater management of Hillcrest. Real quick, won't go into all these in details, but basically about 25 years ago, the city acquired the property. Got listed in the Master Park and Rec Plan in 2010. There was a Beacon Hill Park site plan that the Planning Commission approved 10 years later. 23, council directed staff to pursue a land partition to create 3 lots off of this property, smaller sort of residential building lots. October of 24, Peter Allen Surveying was hired. He prepared a partition plat, and in the process of that discovered some stormwater drainage and some wetlands issues. We brought that to you in a workshop as well as in council memo. November of last year, we were here and we talked about your preferences for where to go. You had a 5-3 vote. That was to suspend the survey work and go out to the community and solicit feedback from them about the park and some of the amenities in the park. So that's what we did, but then very soon after that, there was some feedback from councilors that, I guess for the lack of a better term, kind of questioning whether or not you wanted to go that route. So we didn't proceed with the survey, but we also didn't proceed with the community feedback tour. So we've kind of been on the holding pattern here for a while. So that's basically where we're at in terms of the timeline. Nothing really has happened in terms of outreach to the community on the project. We also have not spent any more money to continue with surveying the property. This is the preliminary survey that we did. I guess you don't want me to write on this. I'll use the other one. So here's this parcel 2, parcel 3 are the 2 lots that we talked about before. Parcel 3 ends up coming back as pretty much of a non-buildable area. So that is kind of taken off. That collects a lot of drainage runoff from the north side and brings it into this area. So that's non-buildable. Parcel 2 is what we talked about at your last workshop about maybe continuing on. We did get a appraisal on that, came in about $100,000. This is just a little closer look at the site constraints that we're dealing with. You can see here again, parcel 2, the natural drainage that bisects the property. Doesn't make it impossible to build, but it does make it a little bit more expensive to build. And then you have the Desmarais Canal that you know, comes down, runs kind of northeast to southeast, I'm sorry, northwest to southwest kind of through the property. That also will pose some development challenges. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So in terms of the land partition, maybe just a couple other decision factors for you to consider. So cost-wise, there is going to be a little bit more than what we've budgeted. We have $9,000 contract with Peter Allen Surveying. That basically gets us to the point where, you know, a lot or 2 lots can be done. But it doesn't get us to, you know, marketing fees or closing fees or anything else like that. So there's probably another $3,000 to $5,000. It also doesn't factor in the, you know, some of the other utility stubs and things. So you know, your $9,000 is just strictly getting you a paper survey, but then in order to complete it, we will have to, you know, spend a little bit more money if you want to proceed with this, with the partition. In terms of benefits to, you know, marketing the property as a whole, I mean, in terms of both residential and as a park, that multimodal pathway that we're currently building, it's you know, it's an asphalt and it's detached from the street, and it's going to run all the way from 10th Street up. So it'll be a nice feature. We do have some other potential proceeds that you could consider as a benefit, you know, that if you sold it would go into the general fund. There is about $85,000 of park development SDCs that has to be paid back. That would be for the entire 10 acres. City got a really good deal on this back in 2001, so there's not a lot, but there is some park SDCs that were used in 2001 to buy the property, so some of those will need to be repaid. There are a couple development challenges, and these actually, to be honest, apply whether you're talking about partitioning off and selling some for residential private development or for us. The sewer, it's a site that has some challenges to sewer. It may require pumping unless you really put something close to Hillcrest. But if you want to come further down off of Hillcrest because of the slope, because of the sewer, the way it gravities out there would be pretty challenging. In terms of water, it's in a split zoned area in terms of being able to service it. We don't have Jason here, he could give you a better explanation, but it will likely require an extension only from Beacon. That's where we have the better pressure, and so you would be looking at a line that would come in off of Beacon. So to break off the one off of Hillcrest, at this point, there is no water main in Hillcrest right in front of that lot. So it could be a challenge to figure out a way to get a water main up to service that house. Again, none of these things are impossible, but they do present some challenges that you should be aware of. So that's kind of where we're at on the history and on the partition. Wanted to go into just give you some background on the Parks and Rec plan itself and how it applies. Council President, we have a question. Do you want to?
Rick.
Thank you, Brad. Can you go back to slide 7? Okay, so 10 or 15 years ago, when there was a subdivision directly on the south line of that property, the city required that a sewer line extension be located there for the very purpose of serving that property. Is there ability, so what you're citing here for that lot that's up there, it could have difficulty connecting to sewer? Yes.
Well, I think for the single connection, it may be doable. But the further down you come, particularly when you get south of Desmarais Canal,
okay, so
is where the challenges come.
theoretically, they could have the opportunity to take sewer line from that all the way to the south. But again, if you're putting, say, a park setting, putting a sewer line through the middle of the park, the cost on that would be quite substantial. Would that be appropriate? Comment?
Yeah, I think as a broad, high-level comment, yeah, that's appropriate. I was making the comment more related to if the council was looking at more than just partitioning off one single lot. And if you were looking to service this whole property, with sewer for multiple houses.
Okay.
So in terms of one, but yeah, either way, obviously in terms of a park planning perspective, we have more opportunity to site the restroom where we would want to in order to get the best way to service it.
So I just want to confirm that the Planning Commission required us to provide access for that property for sewer, so that opportunity still exists.
Yes.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay.
Question?
Yeah, Indra.
Thank you. So back on that picture, so parcel 3 is going to be very difficult, 2 just somewhat difficult. In between those two is just natural drainage. That's what I'm reading. Is that right? Tax lot 107?
Oh, yeah, this is actually an existing built-out house. This is
Oh, there is a house there already.
Yes. Yeah, that's not a part of what the city owns.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Okay. So here's the master plan that it was adopted in 2010. We amended it in 2023, adding mainly Dollar Mountain with some changes. But so you can see this up in this northeast portion of the community. It was identified then, and it continues to be that case, where there's minimal opportunity for being serviced by developed parkland. That was some of the motivation. Here's the park site plan that the Planning Commission approved. Here are some of the features that were in that plan: walking paths. There were 2 dog parks, playground, pump track, half basketball court, restroom facility, 37 parking spaces, and then a freestanding canopy. It's probably important to point out here these kinds of projects, and Josh can give us a more educated explanation of it, but are phased. And so the plan really from the beginning was to kind of start with a parking lot and some walking paths. Walking is the #1 recreation activity for Grants Pass. And so if you have even just a parking lot and some walking paths to start out with in phase 1, and then continue to pursue either grant money and or other city general fund money to complete the subsequent phases, that would be the intention. A couple other items that are in the Master Park Rec Plan about this area. In Chapter 5, it identifies a need for about 51 acres of new neighborhood park in 7 different areas of the urban growth boundary. So here's the 7 areas that were identified in the plan. The 3 that have asterisks are the ones that where Parkland Reserve is already, in hand, where the city already owns property. The other 4 we do not. But in this neighborhood park category of the plan, there's multiple sizes of parks. In this neighborhood parkland, the target was 51 acres, and that is where this Hillcrest piece falls. A few other goals that are in our adopted plan: provide 9.9 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, so that is equivalent to about 386 acres for a 39,000 population. Currently we have just under 200, and again, these are improved, developed out parkland with amenities, grass, some other features with it. That does not include Dollar Mountain. Dollar Mountain's, about 440 acres. If you include Dollar Mountain, obviously it changes the ratios quite a bit, but this particular goal is saying 9.9 acres of parkland per 1,000. So that puts us at a target of 386 for the citywide. A4 policy, provide access to basic recreation amenities within a half-mile radius of most residents. And then A5 is similar, provide access to green space and natural areas within a mile radius of most residents. So we have a slide here in a minute, and I'll show you how those distances relate to this property. Policy A10 says develop park reserves to meet priority community needs. Consider the Hillcrest Park Reserve for the development of dog park and or neighborhood park, which again, there were 2 dog parks in the first round that we did on this a few years ago. And then Table 9 identifies where we wanted to target to have these neighborhood parks, and Hillcrest Reserve was identified there. Here's just a little other way of looking at all that. Level of service is in this plan is calculated in a couple of different ways, but the main way is to take your per 1,000 population and then divide by the acres of improved parkland. And that kind of gives you this ratio that you see here. And then we have the different types of park categories. And so you can see the neighborhood parks, which is what the Hillcrest Inn comes in at about 1.07. Comparable cities is 1.61. The comparable cities for this planning process was Albany, Medford, Roseburg, Tigard, and Westland. So taking those averages across all those different park types, the comparable cities came in at this as a subtotal developed parks at 16.07 level of service ratio, whereas we're at 4.92. Again, though, if you add in the park reserves, which are not developed, that puts us really close to where the comparable cities are at. Here's a map just kind of showing you that 1 mile radius with Hillcrest being in the middle of it. So you can kind of get a sense for what 1 mile looks like. The half mile, again, is the policy that's used for amenities, for giving park amenities within a half mile. The open space was the 1 mile, but so about, I don't know, I didn't calculate it, but it's a little bit more than 50% is in the urban growth boundary. So you can see there is quite a bit within that 1 mile that is actually outside the urban growth boundary. It's very steep and probably wouldn't be serviced. So,
Can you tell us what's the difference between basic recreation amenity within the half mile and then the green space within 1 mile? What is the definition of basic amenity?
Let's see, you're referring here?
Well, A4 and A5, and then you just use the term again. So.
Yes. So in the open space, that could be an example of most of Dollar Mountain, where it's there is a trail. Cathedral would be another one, but there's not a bathroom. There's not any city parking, off-site parking. So those are, I think, what it's referring to. Does that get to your question?
Okay.
Council?
So A4, it says provide basic within a half mile with basic recreation amenities. And then A5 is access to green space and natural areas. So how do you define basic recreation amenity?
So basic recreation amenity in the plan is something that you would associate with an urban park. So that would be off-street parking, that would be a restroom, that would be some kind of improved flat grassy area, to throw frisbee or to, take out and picnic table. So some of those are basic amenities that you would have in that definition.
So you just said off-street parking. So like Lawn Ridge Park in Grass Pass, is that a basic amenity or what is that?
It does fall under.
It doesn't have the off-street parking you just mentioned.
It doesn't, but I'm just giving you an example.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that every city park is going to have all of those amenities.
Okay, so Lawn Ridge Park is a basic recreation amenity, then the next step up would be a larger version of that, or it says provide access to green space?
Not necessarily larger. I mean, I guess it probably typically would be, but it would, you know, these are areas where you could go to hike or recreate or, you know, just have access to some open space, but you're not going to go there to, you know, barbecue or typically, you know, host you know, a family reunion or something like that. These are, they're more natural, unimproved wetland areas, might be another example of that. You bet. So here is the distances from Hillcrest Park Reserve, which is up here on the right, upper right portion of the slide. Again, here's I-5, to our nearest recreation, to the council president's questions, to the nearest recreation amenities, the city parks. So the closest is Croxton, and that is to the south. Croxton is one of those, probably not the greatest example because it doesn't actually have too many amenities in it. You have a historic element, which is an important part of a lot of parks if you can incorporate a historic. So it has that. It does have some walking areas and flat, you know, lawn area for walking and walking your dogs and things like that. The next closest one is Ogle, which is 0.8 miles away. And again, to be noted, these distances are kind of as the crow flies, so they're actually going to be longer to follow the streets and the sidewalks. Ogle again is one of our smallest mini parks. There is a canopy there. There is a table. Gilbert Creek is probably the next largest one with the most amenities. That's just under a mile away, and then the Loveless B Street Jumps is 1.46 miles. So. The distances there are just incorporated for two reasons. One, to kind of refer back to the policy that I mentioned at the beginning, that our current parks plan has a goal for a half mile for recreational amenities. And then secondly, just to kind of give you a sense for you know, where the residents up in this area are likely and or able to go to get service with parkland. So using the 1 mile radius, we did a quick analysis, found that there's about 1,900 existing dwelling units within that mile. 4,500 residents, that's using our 2.3 persons per household. That is the number that's dropping all the time. I think in the next census we'll see that lower, but right now that is the most accurate that we have. The census uses 2.3 persons per household. So that using that number, that puts you at about 4,500 residents currently, and then there are about 230 vacant acres within that mile, which if you estimate it out at our current densities that we're seeing in the last couple of years, you know, you're looking at 500 to 700 units, and that would put you about another 1,100 to 1,600 people in that mile on top of the existing 4,500. A couple of other big picture things. In 2019, the city did do this process where they looked at all of the park reserve properties and all of the other properties that the city owned, not just park reserves. Went through the process of having a committee, did site visits, did an analysis on what those benefits were to holding on or not holding on. The recommendation at that point was, of the 42 parcels that were studied, 19 of those came back as being recommended to pursue some kind of sale. Or consider them surplus. So this piece was looked at in 2019. The committee did not at that point recommend this being considered to be surplus property. So here are the cost implications for both the land partition and the park plan. So cost implications of the land partition, survey $9,800, about 3,000 incurred to date. 3 to 4,000 more on top of that to get it finalized. And then we don't have a good estimate on what it would take to get the site improvements, but it would be several thousand on top of that. So that's in terms of getting the land partition done. And then so our budget resources for that, we have been using surplus property sales money. As of last week, there's about $356,000 in that account. Cost implications for the park development. Total cost to develop the park depends on the recreational amenities, but at least 2 to 3 million. Park development, as I mentioned earlier, typically phased, and phase 1 construction of a parking lot and walking paths expected to be under $1 million. The budget resources for that, we currently have an LB 6315, $576,000. So from staff's perspective, listening back to your last couple of workshops on this, I think this is where we're at. So the direction that we're looking for today, do you want to proceed with the completion of the land partition? Do you want to proceed with neighborhood and community outreach? Again, related to the future park. And then that kind of ties to that third bullet, resubmitting the park site plan to the Planning Commission because their prior one expired. And then pursuing grant funding for future phases of the park. You are scheduled to discuss at your April 13th workshop the Reinhardt Volunteer Park Fishing Pond, and that relates to the pump track. So that's already on your agenda. Staff's thinking today was just to set that aside because you already have that topic, and that we didn't bring any of that. If Josh is going to have much more information for you at the April 13th meeting on that. We can certainly bring for you more details on what that pump track feature alone involves and look at the look at Reinhardt and some others. Today's discussion was just to recognize that yes, under the original site plan, it did show a pump track. It doesn't mean that you have to have a pump track, but it did show one there. But that I think would just kind of set that aside until your April 13th conversation. So that's what we have for you.
Questions from council? Joel?
Indra has one as well.
We do have a motion from the Parks Committee as well, or from, was it the Biking Committee? I can't remember. Biking Committee, that might portray future development and whether we want to proceed with the existing plan or a different plan that we have. Proceed with the neighborhood and community outreach and the site plan to UAPC. Could you tell us what that motion was?
What? Today? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is coming up on your business meeting agenda after the workshop? Yeah, so that motion to recommend the installation of a small kid-friendly pump track play area at Reinhardt Park to support the needs of the community and young riders. The motion to support the development of a full-sized intermediate level pump track at the future Beacon Hill Park, including multimodal paths. And then you have a third one that's related to the Crescent Trailhead.
So Joel, I was at that meeting, and the one thing that I guess somehow didn't make it into the motion, but verbally they said it, they added to the desire to, or the support for the full-size pump track at Beacon, because that they felt that actually would be a statewide tourism draw, whereas one that would likely be sized for younger riders at Reinhardt would not be like a legitimate draw from out of the area. That was their thinking. Yeah. Anything else from council at this? Are you finished, Brad, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from council?
Indra has a question.
Oh, Indra, go ahead.
Brad, what does the neighborhood and community outreach look like?
So that could be structured in a number of different ways. When the city's current park master plan was done, we had about 1,400 individual comments, feedback, on the plan. That took form in small groups, focus groups. It took the form in surveys. It took the form of, can you remind me, Josh? I think there was about 7 different opportunities for people to comment on that. There was a mailer. There was, at that point, I think they even went into just, like some of the grocery stores and set up tables and so people could comment on them there, when they're out and about in the community. If for this particular one, since we're focused just on one 10-acre area, it could be a more intensive outreach. We would likely, include a postcard that would be mailed to everybody within a certain radius, and then probably an opportunity to come and comment at some kind of a forum.
So it would be basically the same type of survey, just with closer in the neighborhoods within a mile, say, of it. And
right.
Basically the questions would be, what do you want? Kind of like the last one.
Right, right.
Okay, thank you.
Joel?
So, being a planner, Brad, myself, how long ago did we ask the same questions?
The ones that I was just referring to.
With the community outreach.
So for the Beacon Hill Park, that was in 2019. And for the master plan, that was in like 2009.
So 2019, so that was what, 6 years ago? 7 years ago? Okay.
7.
And then, is it a requirement that we resubmit that park plan to UAPC?
It is.
It is, so that's got to be a yes then, so there's no discretion on that.
Well, there's a certain level of discretion in that the development code doesn't require that you do an extensive neighborhood outreach to go to the planning commission. That's literally just a mailer that says the public hearing is on this date.
Oh, okay.
That's the only thing that's actually required.
Okay.
But, best practice on these kinds of things, is just to do more extensive outreach.
So if we didn't complete the land partition and we have that as part of the park and we proceed with the neighborhood and community outreach, we resubmit the site plan and then we pursue grant funding. Is that a logical strategy?
It is.
Miracles never cease. Okay.
Indra has another comment.
Yeah, Kathleen?
So I'm wondering if another order is necessary. I'm kind of thinking the money isn't there to develop this, so would it be better to research the grant funding to make sure this can even be a go before we do the community outreach?
Maybe I could ask Josh to come up and speak a little bit to what the grant looks like.
This qualifies for every Oregon Parks grant. For a project like this, we either use the local government grant program or we would use the Land Water Conservation Fund. Either one's a 50-50 match, so essentially one thing both programs love to do is use their money to build parks. It'd be pretty easy to get a grant for this one out of those two programs. So you're 576 times it by 2, and that's what you got to start with.
I'm sorry to make you get up again. I didn't understand the last sentence. 576 times 2, what does that mean?
It's a 50-50 match program, both of them are. So if you have $576,000 set aside already, you have the ability to double that to be able to go get a grant to develop your phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3 type of a thing.
So that would be either of those might be 576 times 2.
Whichever program we chose to do. A park like this, my preference would be land water conservation for a variety of reasons, but it also qualifies for local government grant.
Okay, thank you.
He's saying 576,000 because
Right.
that's what we already have.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Josh?
Oh, go ahead, Indra.
All right, I have a question for Josh. I can't see him, so I didn't want him to sit down. So the grant that you're talking about, what's a timeline on the grant? Like, are there specific times you can apply, or you can apply anytime, and how long is it before you receive an answer?
So both programs run a little differently. The local government grant is yearly. The land water conservation is typically every 2 years, but recently they've been doing it yearly. It depends on what's going on at the federal level with that one. Both of them are expected to go this year. Right now, the land water or the local government grant is open and it's due by June. The land water conservation fund grant should open up in September. That's the one we use for like the Reinhardt Playground. Local government grant's the one we use for Dollar Mountain for reference. So this September, they may have the land water conservation fund open, and that, you know, gives you time to get your planning in and things like that. When you're applying for a grant, essentially you've gotten basically from when application is due, 6 months or so of grant review, then another 3 months before they really make their decisions, and then you might have another 3 months. So it's about a year to get your notice to proceed to continue, and then you're able to move forward at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then can I ask you another question, or Brad, about the land partition? So 3 was not advisable, 2 is going to be challenging, but if we don't partition them off, can that land still be a valuable use to a park? Does that make sense?
It does. It does make sense. You know, there's a lot more flexibility, of course, with the park because, you know, we're looking at the optimal way to design the park to work with the constraints. So if you have an existing constraint of, you know, a wetland or, you know, a deep ditch, you know, there's different ways as a park planning process that you can use to incorporate that into your park plan. Whereas if you're talking about a single family residential property, you're gonna have to get your driveway, your parking area, and your footprint of your house. So and when you're only talking about 0.3 acres, it becomes much more challenging to design.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Joel, your question.
Again, I don't want to cut off conversation, but I was going to make a motion. You want to talk more? Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Rick?
Brad, is this is outside the urban renewal agency boundary?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Joel. So, Valerie, are you the chair of the Parks Committee or in some way authorized to speak for that committee, or no?
I will say I am on the committee, and both the chair and the vice chair were unable to make today's meeting, but I did say that I would speak if...
So are you authorized then to speak for the Park Committee?
Shoot.
Yes, okay. If you'd like to say something.
I will keep this short, but anybody who knows my years on the council, I live in the northeast area of town. I taught for 25 years in the northeast area of town. I'm very familiar with that area. There are no parks. I mean, the park that we have is Croxton. It has one park bench or one table there. That's it. There's none. We have no dog parks. We have no playgrounds. We have no sports. We have Grants Pass High School, but you can't go to Grants Pass High School during the school year, and a lot of it is locked off now. We have Lincoln Elementary School, but that also is blocked off during the school day. So even you cannot go from the track, which, you know, people like to walk on the Lincoln track. You cannot even go up into Croxton Park anymore because it is gated off because, and sadly, the world that we live in. So it is. When I went on council back in 2015, that was truly my goal. It was also to get Safe Routes to School, which I did get. And so they just now are completing Safe Routes to School in the neighborhood 10 years later. But it's nice to see, and we have sidewalks. And that's another reason we could not do anything with it for a while, because we had to finish sidewalks. We had no sidewalks on Beacon between Hillcrest and, at that point, A Street. So it has been, because it's the older area of town, it was not developed with a park. There's a couple other areas would be great to have a park. They're big open lots, but people want those to be for apartment complexes down by Walmart and that sort of thing, which does make sense because that's, but that literally is an area. And Lincoln has always been one of the largest schools, so it's not that there are not people living up there, and they've actually developed up above there, and now they're developing even further up into the, but once again, we do not have that park. So we couldn't think about it for the last 10 years because you could not say the word park for reasons I'm sure you totally understand. So after 2019 was when they did the latest, I actually went to the 2019 when we did the local, talking to people what they wanted. Most of them just wanted walking. They just wanted dog parks and they wanted someplace to walk because they didn't even have any sidewalks. Safe Route Schools has helped build sidewalks. And now, of course, the county came in and finished Beacon, not completely, but pretty close. If we do the park, it'll be complete. Finished 10th Street, and now they're putting up the Hillcrest. So now is the time. It's ripe. The infrastructure's there. They've got water. They've got what they need to do it. So it just seems like the natural place to do it. At the time we sold River Road Reserve, which was also when I was out of council, one of the focuses was that park would take forever to develop. It was out in the county. It was far away. The roads were not set up to even build a turn lane, and probably would not be. And so at that time, when the land was sold, that's when we put away that $600,000 for that park, because we knew how necessary it was. And that's why there is a land and buildings fund for that park. So I just think this is the time. It's there. As Josh mentioned, you can utilize that to double your money with grants. There's just, I will say that, being as close to the freeway as it is, it's not great. But you know something? I know a lot of people who don't like pickleball courts because they're too close to their houses, or don't like necessarily pump tracks because they make a lot of noise. But you can put those things down closer to the highway, and that will, help buffer that. So I just think the time is right. Like I said, I fought for this for a long time. When I knew it was on the agenda, I knew I had to come and say, yes, I put myself in the Parks Committee because like I said, that's where my heart is on parks and things for kids. So anyway, I would just really like to see it move forward.
Thank you.
Any questions? I'll answer them.
Any questions from any counselors?
Question.
Indra?
Yes, Valerie, do you think it's necessary to proceed with neighborhood and community outreach, or do you think we already have enough information for
Well,
that?
we did one in 2019, and I can tell you at that point in time, the main thing people wanted was just walking trails. I mean, there are no walking trails up there, and dog parks. I don't know now how they feel about it. I think that's just a natural thing to do. Personally, I think you could have it at Lincoln Elementary School and bring people in. So I always believe in public outreach, and there's been people who've moved. So I would say doing a public outreach in terms of the postcard and having a meeting and having people able to attend would be ample.
Thanks, Valerie. So I guess we turn it back to council now for discussion. Joel?
Well, I come back again to Chuck's presentation this morning on economic development and the quality of life in Grants Pass, and that's why why a lot of people move here. And to keep and maintain that, it's an economic development thing, which is a good thing to have. Plus, it's family oriented and all that. The other thing is, since it's been planned and it's also been recommended by the Parks Committee, this plan is consistent with that recommendation. And yes, it's going to take some time for adequate funding, but I don't know why we wouldn't do it.
Kathleen?
I'm just thinking here, totaling up some of these matching funds, and it looks like it would be wise to stay within that money right out of the gate is to develop that parking lot put in the walking trails and a dog park, just for starters, and then go from there. That's what I would be in favor of.
Indra has a comment.
Yeah, Rick?
I'd be in favor of completing the land partition for that one parcel towards the west and the community outreach, looking at proceeding with design and development of the park, including grant funding. Thank you.
Rick, when you say the one parcel, I'm not sure.
Right, well, there's one parcel to the east,
Right,
and there's one parcel to the west.
right.
So I'm saying at this time, just surveying the parcel to the west and look at marketing that for sale.
Great, thank you. Victoria? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone has said, and so I think there was one more comment to be made, but I would just, and incorporate, would you like to make that a motion, Rick? It sounded like it was pretty well fleshed out.
Sure. Would you like me to restate that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Make a motion to complete the land partition of the one parcel to the west, proceed with the neighborhood and community outreach, pursue a park, which we already have a park site plan, but start proceeding with phasing of that, and to include grant funding.
And the community outreach, I don't know, did you say that? Maybe I missed
Yes.
that. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? Kathleen? Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, Rick, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Oh, Indra?
Wait, I have a question. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I had a question, actually. Sorry, I've had my hand up, but I had a question for Brad. So with the grant funding, can we, because he said it might take a year, can we start the project and still apply and get the grant funding?
We would not be able to actually put a shovel in the ground. That would potentially compromise the funding. But what we could do is do the community outreach piece and some of the planning.
So we wouldn't be able to really start anything for a year if we were counting on a matching grant.
Correct, right. And of course, we will, we'll look at other sources. I mean, I think Josh mentioned the two most likely and probably the two most well-funded. But, we can look at others and see, if there's some other money out there that we're just not aware of. And like I said, a lot of times just the completing the planning process, going through getting the community input, getting the plan, before the planning commission and approved, that's going to be several months. So, that will take some time. But if I understand your question right, yes, and we would not be able to actually start work if we are going to be getting those other grant monies.
Thank you. And so if we're still in discussion, I just want to say I want the park. People are very anxious for the park. It's a shame we have to wait like a whole year to potentially to get funding. I'd like to see it happen as soon as we can, of course, within our budget that we have. But also, I know Rick made the motion. I just want to state I will vote for it, but I'm not in favor really of the land partition, because for what little money that brings in, and we could have another piece of park that might be cool, that would be the only reason, the only objection I have to it, but I will vote for it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? And Rick, you made the motion, right? How do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes,
Kathleen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And Indra?
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, let's see, federal legislative earmarks?
So legislative earmarks was an item that was put up there for us to get some general direction from you. I talked to the mayor today. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He's on his way back from an obligation. Basically, what we're needing to do is we're at a go or stop process when it comes to sending a delegation to DC. And I need direction from council that we're going to do so. We have slated tentatively, we would have meetings with our senators and reps in DC on April 20th and potentially 21st, coming back on the 22nd. So there would be a delegation that would be leaving on the 19th, would be doing business on the 20th, 21st, and coming back on the 22nd. Normally, the way this process works is the officers of the elected body are the ones that would be attending or highlighted for that. So the mayor has commented that he is interested in attending this and championing the discussion item of the brick grant. And we've spent millions of dollars in trying to comply, and then it getting pulled, and it has cost us a lot of money, and we'd like to be made whole. That would be the argument that we'd be sending and the message that we'd try to send to our national representatives. Based on that, it would be normally with the delegation, you send 2 or 3 elected officials, 1 or 2 staff members to help with regards to the information provided, and that would be the group, the delegation that would go. So it would be the mayor and council president, or the mayor, council president, and vice president that would be offered to attend first. And then depending on if it was going to be the brick grant, could be the city manager and or the public works director with regards to the knowledge base associated with the request or the policy change that we're looking at doing. It's going to cost approximately $3,500 per person. That would include also a representative from United Strategies who would help us through this process, which would be Greg Limhouse, most likely. So we'd be looking at, potentially 5 or 6 individuals for this delegation to go at about $3,500. So I'm needing council to provide me direction on whether or not we're going to continue to do this. Airfare is still obtainable. Hotels are getting tighter as we're getting close to the date. So that is my spiel on what this topic is. I'm just needing council direction. The mayor would still like to proceed. I talked with him this morning about this, and so he would like to continue to proceed with this delegation to DC to try to discuss with some of our national representatives the brick grant and try to represent the city, along with starting that relationship of potential earmarks and other policy issues that are important to us. With that, Council President, I'll turn it over to you for questions or discussions. The 19th through the 22nd of April.
Okay, does council have any thoughts about that? Kathleen?
I thought in the last memo that was sent out that we were not going to pursue the brick grant, or we were going to vote on whether to pursue the brick grant, because we've already gone ahead with the construction, and we have figured out that we're going to do just fine without that brick grant. And to come back and try to fight for it, and then yes, no, push come to shove, that it might not even go through anyway. So I'm just wondering why that's a priority.
Well, one, they reinitiated the brick grant. What that looks like, we're not sure. It's still too early, but they're honoring at least the process of the applicants from the brick grant, which would be us, the 25-year fiscal year 25 applicants. It makes financial sense for us to continue to stay, yes, we're still interested in receiving up to $50 million for the brick grant. Now, whether or not we actually will get awarded anything is still unknown. We have broken ground, which is an automatic disqualifier, but they haven't determined exactly what that looks like when they're initiating that, because there's a number of people, number of jurisdictions that are in the same boat we are, that were relying on the brick grant, and the brick grant was pulled, and now they're bringing it back. So I believe it's important that we're still in the queue and so it could have a financial benefit to the city if we're awarded something from the BRIC program of millions of dollars to your constituents.
Yeah, Eric?
I'm just thinking in terms of financial, looking at the financial aspect, would they offer Zoom calls or anything like that to be able to, I understand that if you go there in person, it might be a better way to go, but in light of the specifics here, or in light of the uncertainty, would it be better to just do a Zoom call? Is that an option?
You know, I'm not sure, I haven't pursued that Zoom option. In discussions with our legislative advocate group, they have expressed the importance of having a face and a name and a personal visit as showing that it's important to this community. A number of communities have done so and have benefited, maybe not in the first year, but over multiple years of building those relationships in person is a key point, and that's one of the reasons why it was recommended we do this. So that would be my response. I can't answer that specific question, Councilor.
Andrew has a comment.
Joel, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
So the trip would cost, what, 30,000?
20,000.
20,000,
20,000?
and the benefit
Yeah.
is 50 million.
Right.
I mean, if we knew we were going to get it based on the trip, spending 20,000 or investing 20,000 to get 50 million is a no-brainer. But the other thing I was wondering is, to invest that $20 million or $20,000, there's got to be other topics that we would want to bring up back there that would be of benefit to the citizens of Grants Pass. And I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just thinking like Spalding or social grants for one of our 4 pillars of dealing with unhoused or whatever, and that we put together a total strategy. The BRIC one would be the tip of the arrow, but those other ones, while you're back there, you might as well take advantage of them, and then maybe the $20,000 would result in more than $50 million. I don't know. I don't play the lottery, so I don't know.
I think Indra was next.
Yes, Aaron, do we meet with our senators and reps when they're actually home in town? Like, do we reach out to them and have regular meetings with them? And have we spoken with them already about the BRIC grant? It seems like we maybe have done that or should have.
So when they have their town hall meetings, it is not uncommon at all, and we have met with them. Primarily this year, it's been the mayor that has met in advance of the town hall meetings with our senators and our national reps. They provide an opportunity for us to meet and discuss local issues.
So have we met with them to discuss the BRIC grant with our lobbyists as well?
Yes, we have talked to them about a number of different issues. Now, the BRIC grant specifically is a little different from when it was a few months ago when they came and visited, because now it's back on. And so there's a number of different discussion items associated with that was not discussed during the town hall meetings.
Kathleen.
Maybe now that Jason's here, we could have him speak to this. Is it worth it, Jason?
Yes, for a couple of reasons. If we are able to obtain the full $50 million grant, yes, we'll have to reduce and redesign as we talked about, which will add a little bit of cost. But what we would be able to do is take the bond proceeds, the $65 million that we're just issuing, and put those aside and basically take them out of that bond debt. That would then lower our overall debt service, which then provides you with the opportunity to reevaluate the rate structure in the future. So I think it is worth it. Would I hold my breath and guarantee that we would receive it? Not a chance. But there is a hope, and I think that because of the size of the dollars and the fact that we're put back into the queue exactly where we ended. I really feel like we have to pursue it.
Victoria?
So maybe this is for Jason, maybe it's for Aaron, but this cohort would not just be speaking probably to our reps, but would probably be speaking to committees, or is that true? So is there a benefit of being there because we're going to be talking to more legislators than just ours?
There's that possibility. I know that we already have tentative meetings with our representatives, and potentially we could have other things scheduled and meetings with other committees or committee chairs, but I don't have that schedule in front of me.
Yeah, that would be even better if that were able to be done.
Indra has a question.
Indra, go ahead.
Yes, I think it would be valuable to have our lobbyists, that's their job and what we pay them to do, to go. And maybe, is there a reason we can't just take one city representative instead of a whole contingent?
That's ultimately council's determination on what they'd like to do. And normally I've seen other municipalities, they'll usually take 2 or 3, and it's usually the officers of the council that go, along with 1 or 2 staff members to help support the process from a technical perspective.
I put my money on red.
Okay, anyone have any thoughts on whether or not we should send anyone, and if so, how many we might want to send? Kathleen?
I think that sounds like a good idea. I tend to agree with Indra that our lobbyist is the main voice for this, knows how to argue for it, knows how to address the senators and representatives, and if there was one representative that went with us, they could, it feels to me like that would be enough.
Rick?
I would be in favor of 3 to 5 representatives.
Okay, we narrowed it down now. We've got 1 to 5. To me, if we were going to send 2 people, I'd probably want to send the lobbyist and the mayor, but and possibly a staff technical person. That would be a good threesome to me, but that's if we're going to send anybody. Victoria?
I think sending our public works director would be an important thing to do if you are going for the brick grant, because that's the person who knows the most about it, who has been living and breathing it for a very long time. So I would be in favor of Jason being on that.
Yep.
And Indra has a comment.
Okay, Indra?
Those are my thoughts too, the lobbyist and Jason to represent. He knows about what we're doing in the water plant. I would vote for 2 max. I don't know why we have to spend money bringing an entire group. I think 2 would be just as effective. Thank you.
So really, the elected officials want to hear from the elected officials. If council wants to do the bare minimum would be our lobbyist, the mayor, and a staff member, which would likely be Jason Kennedy going. That would be 3.
I was going to say that I think it's probably pretty important for our mayor to represent our city, so I would be in favor of sending the mayor and Jason.
Yep.
So,
Do you need a motion on that?
Yeah, is that?
I'd like to make a motion that the lobbyist, Jason, and the mayor be 3 people to send to Washington, D.C.
Okay.
on the brick grant.
Okay, Kathleen with a second. Any discussion on that, Joel?
Well, I'd like to amend that if they don't get it, they can't come back.
Okay, that doesn't sound very friendly, Joel. Okay, any further discussion? Rick, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
No.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you, counselors.
Okay, now we're coming up to agenda review. So we've got to appoint, well, actually, we'll do agenda review first.
Yeah.
Any agenda items anybody is concerned with? Victoria?
No, I had something to add, so I'll wait.
Okay. Kathleen?
Well, yeah, I have a couple of things here. I definitely wanted to reiterate that in regards to the $2 million that we got for Spalding, that yes, that the city did support this, but it could have never gone through without the Dwayne Yunker's office submitting it or pushing it, or it had to go through his office. So I think in all due respect, we want to give that office the credit for bringing back that $2 million for Spalding. So I just wanted to make that known. And then I just wanted to give a shout out for our drug court, Josephine County Drug Court. I was at their graduation this last week, and it was very inspiring. It was fun to reconnect with my old colleagues, and I even knew some of the people that were actually graduating. So 9 people graduated, and just to hear their testimonies, and the room was packed. When I went maybe 8 years ago, that room was bare. There was a couple of parents visiting, and of course the case managers and all the counselors and the PO that supported the people, but this room was packed with families, friends. It's really grown to be a well-supported community event. Happens yearly, and it's a very worth supporting. People are in a well-rounded program, although it's mainly run through criminal justice. The program is run through choices, outpatient drug rehabilitation, and they just do an excellent job. They've been doing it for years now, and they really know what they're doing. So I just want to give a big plug for the outcome of drug court, something that we can really encourage, support, and look forward to every year. I guess just one more, the last thing was that we had the homeless committee oversight group meet this last week also. The main reason or things that we went over this time was the transition process. And I know that we pulled on Chief Hensman to tell us how, from his perspective, how we were going to do that transition. And I know there's a lot of concern about the transition. So that is being looked at really closely about how to get most of our resting site residents over to the new location. Especially for the non-compliant. That's going to be an issue, and we're well aware of that. So that is being, there's many good suggestions about how to make that happen from both sides, from the police side as well as residents in the resting sites that could talk it up and make it of an importance that people buy in and want to make this transition. Also, we looked closely at the manual. The previous meeting, we had been given a employee handbook manual to look over and ask questions about, because there were several items that weren't real clear how they were going to process this or carry it out. So there's been many good suggestions about that. And also I think they are looking real closely at Rogue Retreats manual to not have to reinvent the wheel, but to have a manual that's already been working for the past couple of years. And I was wondering, were we going to get copies of that, Stephanie? Did you know that I requested that?
I was out most of last week. I came into an influx of emails. I saw
Yeah,
it.
no
I
problem.
didn't have a chance to take care of that.
Is that
And
possible that we can get?
Can we
the
talk
count-
offline about that?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that's it, thanks.
Okay, I guess we're into matters from mayor council from our meeting that hasn't started yet, but we can finish that for now, I guess. Victoria?
That's what I'll just go ahead and I think it'll be pretty quick. So mine is along the same line. So RV COG, Rogue Valley Council of Government, at the last meeting, we had a presentation from Operation Rambo. And it was an amazing presentation that I think we will want to have at City Council if there's other counselors who want to do that too. So I'll very quickly tell you what it is. There's a group of veterans, and they operate in mostly in Josephine County. It's their hub here, but they also operate in Douglas County and Jackson County. And what they do is they adopt dogs that are in kill shelters. And so they otherwise would be animals who would be euthanized. And they train those animals with a vet, and they place those animals with a vet. So, and it's at no cost to the veterans, and it is a 501c3. So just the stories that were told from the veterans, and some who were there, and some who they just told us about. In this program, right in our area, there have been veterans' lives saved by these dogs. So I think it's something that City Council might be interested in hearing about and having a presentation from Operation Rambo to see either a possible city grant, but even if it wasn't a monetary, it could be a services or information sharing so that the public is more aware of Operation Rambo and so that it could expand. So I just wanted to share that with council, and you would just, it would be something I think that would be enjoyable for council to see. And so if there's at least 2 other people, maybe we can get that on a future agenda.
Okay, we got at least 3 counselors that are supporting that, so for a future agenda.
Thank you.
We will make note of that. Thank you.
Okay. Now we need also to appoint a small business task force council liaison, and she wasn't sure if she's going to make it here today, Indra, but so she sent us an email earlier saying that she was interested. I guess she's probably still with us.
Yep, she is.
Okay,
She has
so
a
we need to
comment.
appoint somebody to be the council liaison. Joel?
Well, I think she would be an excellent candidate because this was her, initially her idea. I don't want to cut off discussion, but if there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that Ingra be our council liaison for the
Small business
Small
task force.
Business Committee. Task Force.
We need a second? Rick, second? Discussion? Joel, how do you vote?
Yes?
Victoria?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
I vote yes. And Indra, how do you vote?
Yes, thank you.
It's unanimous. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. I think, are we going into our business meeting now, or do we?
We have the Bikeways motions.
I'm sorry.
We have Bikeways motions.
Okay, go back to
yes.
the Bikeways motions from earlier, yeah?
Go ahead and review the Bikeways motions, please.
Okay, a motion to recommend the installation of a small kid-friendly pump track play area at Reinhardt Park to support the needs of the community and young riders. Call to action, ask for a council workshop, put on a council business meeting, take no action. And then motion to support the development of a full-sized intermediate level pump track at the future Beacon Hill Park, including multimodal paths connecting Beacon and Hillcrest, same actions. And then motion to recommend the 6x6 gabled roof kiosk from Rock Art Signs and Markers, featuring a topography map and signage prohibiting motorized bikes for installation at the Crescent Trailhead.
Great, thank you. So we've got the fly fishing pond on an upcoming workshop, right? And, or a possible pump track discussion?
We do, yes.
Okay, so possibly we could invite members of the bike committee to come and speak of those issues at that time?
We can, that's scheduled for April 13th.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Does that make sense to council? Joel?
Well, and it makes sense too with our decision earlier today on Hillcrest.
Right,
That would be the second half of the issue.
sure. So we'll
Yeah.
invite the chair or whoever, some representative.
All right, will do.
Okay.
Que-
Andrew, did you have something to say, or?
I did, because at the Tourism Advisory Committee, they didn't make a motion, but they actually talked about how great it would be, and we're maybe going to work on the tourism, bikes, and parkway people getting together to talk about that. And so I'm wondering if we should invite the chair or a representative from each of those committees to the meeting where we're going to discuss it. Because they all have a stake in the parks and the pump track and the sidewalks and tourism. Thank you.
Well, certainly having the chair of the Parks Committee would make sense to me, although we did hear from Parks Committee representative today, but it would make sense at that meeting.
So do you want at that meeting chair of parks, bikeways, and tourism?
Yeah, if they're interested in coming, absolutely.
We'll make note of that, thank you.
Okay, so are we finished with our workshop?
We are ready to go ahead and adjourn the workshop and open as a special meeting.
Okay, do I get a motion to adjourn the workshop and open a special council meeting? Victoria, I need a second. Joel. Okay, we are now at our city council special meeting. And we've got a quasi-judicial hearing. And now I've got to read something important. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application. What is this for, anyway?
This is for a utility easement.
Terminating city utility easement in Champion Park, subdivision on tax lot 200 of map number 36-06-23-DC. We'll begin the meeting with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by person in favor of the application, statements by person in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? And no, let's see. Okay, no, let me see. Okay. Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Okay. Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? Okay. Seeing none, in this hearing, the decision of the council will be based on specific criteria which are set forth in Development Code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you'd like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with the staff report.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. Very easy one for you today, I think. This is a vacation, essentially. We're calling it a termination because our code typically reserves the word vacation for actual right-of-way. This is just an easement that we're talking about today. This relates to the Countryside Village property. If you've been out to Countryside Village, this is on that property. And there is a city utility easement that's been there for a number of years. It was created when the plat was recorded many years ago. And it has basically just been sitting there as an easement, waiting for a utility that never arrived. So this is the property, 1700 Callenbeck Avenue, just north of Redwood Highway and south of Redwood Avenue. This is on Callenbeck. Here you can see the actual easement that was created with the plat, again reserving 40-foot wide for city utilities. It was basically becoming an encumbrance to the property for their development, and they asked if it could be removed. So they went to Public Works, and Public Works looked into it and does not have any concerns with that being terminated. So the criteria for this basically is that the city utility easement will not result in a substandard condition. It does not. It basically just allows that 40-foot strip to be used, and they don't have to set back from that either. So it gives them more opportunity to work with on the property. We did not get any written comments or oral comments, and there really is no cost implication. We're just recording a termination that would remove that 40-foot easement. So, but because it was on a recorded plat and it's in favor of the city, we did need to bring it to you. So stand for any questions.
Any questions from council? Kathleen?
So I'm not really familiar with terminating an easement. What does that look like? You just tear up a piece of paper that said, this is the city's easement? I mean, you're not going in and destroying or taking physically anything out?
No, thank you. That's a good clarification. No, it is strictly a process that does end up getting recorded at the county courthouse, so that, you know, it's noted in perpetuity that this action is taking place. But it basically refers to the plat and refers to the 40-foot strip, and it says that is no longer a part of the plat. So it becomes just part of the lot that's buildable. So it's strictly a administrative procedure.
Could anyone here is the applicant here? They want to speak on behalf of this? If not, we can go back to council for discussion or a motion. Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance terminating the city utility easement for map 36-623 DC, tax lot 200, first reading.
We have a second? Kathleen? A second, a discussion? Rick, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes,
Okay, unanimous it is.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants passed terminating a city utility easement on tax like 200 of map number 360623 DC.
Okay. We have a motion for a second reading. Eric?
I move to approve the ordinance terminating the city utility easement located on map 36-06-23-DC, tax lot 200, second reading.
And a second from Victoria. And Eric, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Yes. Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Indra?
yes,
Great, unanimous, second time.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants passed terminating a city utility easement on tax lot 200 of map number 360623 DC.
Okay, we're now on to the consent agenda, and I guess I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Eric, no motion. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda. A second from anyone? Rick? Okay, discussion? I'll vote yes. Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Kathleen,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Indra.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think we finished with matters from mayor and council. Do we have any matters from staff?
Council President, I just had one thing. We did skip over a motion from the Parks Committee. I was wondering if we could get some additional direction. I don't think staff has an issue with it, but they also did a motion to recommend a 6x6 gabled roof kiosk from Rock Art Sign and Makers featuring a topographical map and signage prohibiting motorized bikes for installation at the Crescent Trailhead. And if council has no issues with that, we'd be looking at.
So if we have no issues, that would go on a consent for a future meeting? How
Well,
would that work?
actually, we would just go ahead and install it. It's within our parameters to do, I think, unless staff has any objections to that recommendation, which we don't, so.
Does that make sense to council? Rick, Joel, rather.
Well, the Hillcrest Park's going to, has the pump track as part of its design, and I assume that will stay there. And then we have the small pump track can be on the agenda when we talk about all sports park. And then the third one is, do we want to do it or not? And I don't know enough about it. I don't even know what it is, but.
Yeah, so the Crescent Hill parking lot is just at the base of Dollar Mountain on Crescent
Right.
Hill, and there's a small area on the side when you first come in, the first left into the parking lot, where a kiosk could be put. And so that's as I understood the motion, I mean that's where we would basically get a small kiosk built to install there.
And was that the exact same thing that we discussed within the last month, or was that in a different part of Dollar Mountain? Because we discussed something like this already, right?
Right, up at Highland Loop.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Joel.
I assume financially it's not a big ticket item.
No, it's not.
Okay, and vandalism, I guess, or not. The other thing is, if we do want to give it the opportunity to develop into a tourism attraction, we need to clothe it appropriately, and then so I'll make a motion to go ahead and fund the installation of this kiosk on Dollar Mountain.
Okay. I don't, Aaron, you said we didn't need a motion, or how would you like to do this?
No, a motion is fine. We
Okay.
didn't technically need
Okay.
approval to put the sign in.
Gotcha.
Because it's all within our spending authority and
Okay.
and we have
So we have a
budget.
second? Rick, second. Any discussion? Joel, Kathleen, go ahead.
I just wonder, where is that exactly, that parking lot? I've looked for it and I just can't find it. Is it on the intersection of B and Crescent, or?
So B ends up turning into Crescent.
Okay.
So you just kind of keep following the serpentine B,
Yeah.
kind of go up, and then it'll eventually turn into Crescent, and then you go down maybe, I don't know, 1,000 feet before Crescent makes another big turn to
And there's
go
a parking
towards
lot?
Forest Hills. So so the parking lot is right there on Crescent Drive.
Okay.
I just had one additional suggestion for the kiosk, that be large enough so that we can put fire danger and restrictions on the kiosk as well.
Sounds like a good idea. Victoria?
I just wanted to point out that I think there was an agenda item. I think Eric may have had an agenda item, so I didn't want it to skip by that.
Okay, so Eric, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everybody realizes about the Gospel Rescue Mission. It's almost always 50% empty. And I just texted the owner, and he told me he's got a bunch of beds. He's got over 15 beds for regular people and about 40 for children. Of course, not all of them could be taken at the same time, but I wanted to reiterate to the public that everybody kind of dismisses it, that the Gospel Rescue Mission is there, and the only reason I'm promoting it is because it's essentially free for anybody that is willing to get some accountability, that is living homeless on the streets, but essentially it requires accountability, personal accountability, and that's one thing that I think many of the citizens don't realize, that this place is available, and they're just willing, if they're willing to go over there and take some personal accountability. Maybe part of what we have here at the temporary resting sites wouldn't be as bad as it is today. And now, of course, the city is paying $1.2 million to have this Elk Island open up when we also have other options. And we've got over 90-something nonprofits in Grants Pass alone just to deal with the homeless. So I just wanted to make the public aware of that. And, you know, this has been a very contentious topic for the city. And so that's all. Thank you.
Indra has a comment.
Okay, Indra. Indra, you still there? Oh, she probably thought we adjourned. Any other matters from staff?
Here.
Oh, Indra.
I'm sorry, I was muted and talking. Are we in matters
Yes, we are.
now? Okay, thank you. So I failed to recognize, it came up at our last meeting or workshop about the Rose Society, I think they are, that trims the roses in Riverside Park. Is that right, Aaron?
I'm not familiar with that.
Who trims the roses in Riverside Park?
Maybe then, I don't know.
It came up at our last meeting. I thought it was Rose Society. I don't want to recognize the wrong group, but the group that trims the roses, they do such a beautiful job. And that was when we first moved here, one of the best things about the park were the roses. And so I just wanted to recognize that group. I failed to do it at the last meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Kathleen.
I just wanted to make the inquiry about when we were going to get the surveys back from the Reed Building.
Yes, those closed, I think, at 5 o'clock on Friday.
Okay.
To the both of the neighborhood one and the community-wide one. So I believe Mike Zucchino, one of Karen's staff, has processed that and is pulling all the numbers together from that survey. And so we should have the results of that pretty soon.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did I see any other hands go up? Or are we going to go for five hours? Can we stretch it out anymore, or no? Are we done enough? Okay, I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Anyone want to adjourn? Good, good. Seconded. Seconded by Rick and Eric. Okay, we're adjourned.